All right.
Okay, that might be why.
Yeah, because I don't know.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for showing up on this beautiful, gloomy, London-like morning, except for probably a little warmer than London. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, and we'll go ahead and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We have a packed agenda today, so hope everybody's ready. And well, we will take a break in the middle. Probably after, maybe we'll do it after the Lagoon story, but we'll see how it goes. And Eric's not even here. Oh, man, maybe he's remote. There he is. Eric's remote. Hey, Eric, we're going to get to watch your video today, man. All right. Carol, will you do a roll call, please?
Yes. Lorraine Koss. Here. Charles Venuto.
Here.
Vinnie Toronto.
Here.
David Schur. Here. John Windsor.
Here.
Terry Casto.
Here.
David Lane.
Here.
Laura Lee Thompson.
Here.
Stephanie Ely. We're expecting her. Kimberly Newton. Courtney Barker.
Here.
Todd Swingle. Susan Hodgers.
Here.
Eric Manis.
Here.
Yep. All right, we have a quorum.
Okay, great. And for those that are remote, David, this is what happened to you. So for those that don't know, Zoom, they started a feature that if you put your hand up, it'll actually think you're raising your hand. So I don't know if you remember last meeting, somebody's like, David's trying to raise his hand. And I'm like, David, you raising your hand? You're like, no. So if you have Zoom and you're doing remotely, there is a way to turn off that option for Zoom to guess your emojis. So, but if not, I'll call on you anyways. All right. So I will go ahead and ask for a motion to accept virtual votes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Any public comment? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, so the next thing is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion? Comment from the public? All right. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, look at that. 4 items to the agenda. We're burning through. We'll be done by 3 o'clock easily. All right. Approval of the April 2022 minutes and approval of the amended November 2021 minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
I don't have a motion, but I was looking for a clarification.
Well, let's do a motion, then we'll do
Okay.
discussion on it, Laura Lee. So Dr. Windsor has a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Point of order, don't we have to vote on the minutes separately? 2 different sets of minutes?
And we can do that if you'd like. I mean, we could do one to
I
approve
just
them
thought
both,
that
but if you'd
that
like to do them separately.
Was the way you're supposed to do it.
Dr. Windsor, you originally had the motion.
I have no problem. I think it's been done, I think the county commission does multiple sets of minutes at their regular meetings. So I don't see any problem with it, but if you want to separate them, it's okay.
Lorraine, is it okay if we do them together?
Yeah, as long as we have discussion.
We will. Oh, it's coming. I feel it.
We've had, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Dr. Windsor motioned. Courtney, you seconded? Is that correct? Okay. All right. So now let's have discussion. I know Laura Lee started and then Lorraine. Go ahead, Laura Lee.
Okay, in new business, in the April minutes, new business item 11A, in number 3, it says 71 million for local initiatives for Brevard County. And then number 4, Quick Connect to Sewer Program. There's no dollar amount on number 4, but my question is the 71 million the total for items number 4 through 8, or is there 71 million plus all these other figures?
71 million was the total based on my recollection.
Okay, so I guess it should it have different punctuations or something to indicate that the stuff that follows is all part of the 71 million. Because it looks like there was 71 million plus 1.2 million plus 12 million plus 14 million plus 12 million.
Okay?
So a subset of these included.
Yeah, or something like that, yeah, including whatever. But right now, it looks like there's more money than there really is, the way it's presented.
Okay, so Virginia, is that? Okay. So what does everyone else think that's a good amendment? Let's have discussion on that request, and then we'll move on to any other.
Yeah, well, I think it's important to clarify.
Okay?
So is that what, I mean, does that all add up? Can we verify that before we? That the 71 million is all those things that follow afterwards, or?
No. The 71 million was local initiatives for Brevard County. So it was beyond just water projects. I believe it included the aquarium. It probably included the Florida Tech inflow study. It included things that have nothing to do with this committee. The other items listed, the Quick Connects, that's a county project. The Palm Bay Turkey Creek Baffle Box, that's a Palm Bay project. The 12 million for the Cocoa Beach muck dredging is a partially swirl-funded Cocoa Beach muck dredging project. The 14 million for the Riverside Drive Force Main is a county utilities project. The 12 million for the South Beaches is a county utilities project. But those do not add up to 71 million. The 71 million included other projects and initiatives, some of which I don't think had anything to do with water.
So all you got to do is, after 71 million for local initiatives for Brevard County, just say which included the following, and then I think that would clarify it.
Okay. So it sounds like that we're all good with that as an update, and then we'll continue discussing. Okay? Thank you, Laura Lee. Lorraine?
That's good.
Oh, did you have another discussion?
No.
Comment? Okay. Is there any other? Yes.
I just
Susan.
had a question, or, oh.
Oh, I meant on
let her
anything.
go first. Okay.
So now we're past Laura Lee's comment. Do you have any other amendment on, or?
Yeah, the amendments, and I guess the big controversy, but.
Is your mic on, Lorraine? Thank you.
For the November, minutes, where I recused myself for the COCO's projects J and K, because I am one of the 92 homeowners impacted. And I apologize to the committee for that, for the form, although I recused myself in the meeting. The form was not received until 3 months later. I'm not sure what to say about this because I have signed those forms before. I'm aware that you need to sign those forms. With the city of Cocoa, the lawyer has always made sure that happened quickly after the meeting. And in this case, I had so many other things going on that it slipped. We have that the projects J and K are going before the Cocoa City Council next week. And for that, I called the Ethics Commission to find out if I needed to recuse myself. And yes, if you have a 1% to 2% financial interest, you should recuse yourself. So it's very close, being one of 92 properties. But more importantly is the perception. So I want to make sure that I'm completely transparent whenever I make a vote in regard to my interest. Now, everybody knows I'm an elected representative in COCO. COCO has been, has not been aggressive in getting these grants. So I have pushed them, whether I was a citizen or an elected representative, pushed them to go after these grants for the good of COCO, for the good of the lagoon. And I'm very proud of that, promoting that to the city. But going forward, and also to state that when I came to this committee, I was not an elected representative. It was not until 2 years in. So I don't think I was selected to be on this committee because I was an elected representative. And I don't think it's been any surprise to anyone that what my position is. And I hope that the city of COCO will pursue the J&K project. That's going to be discussed next Tuesday. It's been a big controversy. And, you know, that they'll continue to pursue other projects. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yes, Susan and then Laura Lee.
VIIe, thank you. So what Dr. Windsor was saying in the county commission, they do things a certain way. I'd like to amend or update for the April 2022 minutes when I asked Heather Basler if the Form 8B that was filed untimely was in violation, and she said yes. So if you look at the county commission minutes on the clerk of court, they specify instead of saying a generic discussion ensued. So I think that's important just for the records.
Okay, okay, so that would be an amendment to those minutes. As a committee, we passed a motion saying that we'd like the minutes to be our action items and not what was discussed. So if that's a motion that you'd like to make, Susan, after we discuss, to see
Okay.
if the committee would like to change the way we take our minutes, then that would probably be the appropriate time to do that.
Okay. And then second to what Lorraine was saying about the Form 8B as in boy, my question, I guess this would be more of a Sarah question for legal. It says on here we're going to vote on the approval of the amended November 2021 minutes. And my question to Sarah is the amended minutes already uploaded to the website on the Save the Lagoon. Mr. Abate sent it to me, I think, in April, and it was uploaded April the 8th. So number one, is that legal for us as a committee to have the amended minutes that we've, as a committee, have not approved? And second, the signatures were signed in March of 2022 for November. So if we're going to, I just think it looks really bad for public optics. If somebody's going through, they're like, whoa, wait, here's a Form 8B as in boy, March 2022 signature in a January packet, or for the November minutes. So how can a form be signed? So I just think, again, that looks bad for the public. Like, I'm not sure if this is a Virginia question. On the Form 8Bs in the past couple years, how has it been done?
This is the first time that anyone on this committee has had a conflict and had to declare a conflict, so we don't have any prior experience to go off of. We, you know, as this has unfolded, we've been trying to be as transparent as possible. So we posted the forms to the minutes.
So going back to Sarah, is that legal for us to have posted the altered minutes or updated minutes when we as a board has not approved it to the site?
So that's a question that I don't know the answer to off the top of my head. That's something that I'm obviously filling in for Heather today, and this isn't normally my role. But I can circle back with her regarding that, and we can research that for the board if that's what the board desires.
Could we table this until we get the answer? Because I don't want to vote for it, and then if it's in violation or not legal, then I don't want to have us as a committee doing something that's not proper.
Well, that would be up to,
I'm not sure I understand the question. Is it because we posted
The altered minutes,
the amended minutes that we're
Correct.
going to vote on, which we post all our minutes before we vote on them?
but my point is, we're putting minutes on there with forms that were signed in March of '22 to the November 2021 minutes. So
Yeah.
if David, like pretend in 2 or 3 years, he's looking through things, and he's like, oh, here's the November 2021 minutes, you have forms that are signed 4.5 months in the future. So that's my concern, and obviously I'm not an attorney, so
They would have
that's why I
been
was.
signed a month later anyway. So they
Well,
would have been,
The Florida statute says 15 days before or after, which it was not done. And then I think Alex SC had said at the next meeting, which would have been January, and now we're in May. So,
I think what you're saying is that the question is whether they should be in the January minutes.
the January packet, which is
Right,
approving the November
Which would have been the
minutes.
minutes, yeah.
I was just
Or
asking
if we can
for-
do it
okay.
retroactively, amending the
Correct.
past time. Does anybody have a question or comment on that? Todd?
I can just weigh in from kind of how we've handled stuff in our organization, which is, I heard the word transparency before. So, I think regardless, as long as you are clear, and so if you amend the minutes and with that form, my personal recommendation is, if that is pertinent to those documents, is to do so, but to make it very clear on the dates so that there isn't a lack of, that's the most important thing that I've typically encountered on minutes, is making sure that it's just clear. I did want to address the piece about, the actions versus the entire discussion. I think that is an important piece. I know I, for one, don't support going all the way to trying to memorialize every discussion that occurs, but I think it is incumbent, and again, when I review minutes for my organization, when we have something that is material, that may be outside of the action, but that is substantive enough to make the minutes, then we do include that. And so that's a little bit of that middle ground in between, because we do summary minutes as well, not memorializing every discussion, but when there are elements of the discussion that are so significant to the decision that the decision by itself is, that you don't fully understand the basis for why that decision occurred, that there's some value in some summary of the discussion. And so that's kind of how we've tried to strike that balance, and I think that that's a good balance to have in terms of balancing out, exhaustive detail that doesn't allow people that doesn't truly reflect everything that's moving through in the conversation, but that at least summarizes on those big topics the nature of those outcomes and what that might have influenced those decisions. Obviously, if it's a straightforward discussion and there's none of that, summary minutes work great. And just the actions, I'm highly supportive of that. But they're on occasion, and I would say for me, it's incumbent on us as members of this committee at that time to highlight, hey, this was a complicated, tough discussion, and we really ought to memorialize a few things on this. And so I would encourage us to do that, to make sure that if we think that there's some details that need to be memorialized that led to that action, that it's incumbent on those, every one of us in these seats to say, hey, this really needs a little extra.
So Terry and Stephanie, but real quick, let's, if we can, keep the conversation on the minutes we're going to approve, and then Todd, I would like to have that conversation about us going forward. But so let's try to keep the conversation on the motion. Terry?
Well, my comment had to do with the process that Todd is recommending. I applaud you for trying to, but if it comes back to somebody's opinion, I mean, it sounded like you were, arguing for, the committee has to look through the minutes. We have a detailed audio record of the minutes. So I personally think the summary minutes are fine. because otherwise it becomes a judgment call on every topic, was there something substantive or not? So I'll reserve that until further discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Of how we deal with minutes.
Stephanie?
I think the important thing, the most important thing, was that the individuals who had a conflict did not vote. They didn't vote. Now, I agree that the paperwork should have been filled out, but as Virginia said, we're building the plane as we're flying it, and we've said that from the very beginning. Everything is new. We're trying to work through this process. And the crucial issue is that they didn't vote. They had a conflict, they didn't vote. And that's more important than anything else. And the fact that the paperwork may not have been filled out on time, it's almost a moot point because they didn't vote.
Okay. All right. So is there any other comment on the motion to approve the minutes? And let's do this, Sarah. So from a legal perspective, you're not certain whether or not those forms could be included in minutes that are approved before the forms were signed?
So the forms could be included in the minutes. I understood her question to be, was it okay or not for them to be published online prior to approval? Is that basically the question?
Because the date was after, it was Form 8B was signed in March, and then it was done before the last meeting. It was on April the 8th when it was uploaded, and then we had our April 15th SORL meeting.
But so regardless of the content, the question still remains the same, right? About just whether it's okay to put the minutes online prior to the board approving them, right? That's ultimately the question?
Correct. And then I guess the other assistant attorney, Alex, is it a C or SC?
Yeah, SC.
He had said he had made a direction on an email to do it at the next meeting, and that was on February 18th. And then we had the March meeting, we had the April, and now we're in May. So why wasn't it done at March when he directed it at February? So I'm just trying to, again, it just looks bad, in my opinion.
Well, I don't think the minutes have been posted as approved, have they? The amended ones?
There's nothing that says, I don't think there's anything that says whether they're approved or not approved. They're posted as the minutes to the meeting, so a person would assume that they have been approved with those forms attached, which obviously is still a pending action, so.
Okay. And so, I'm sorry, I'm like get confused a little bit too. Okay, so it sounds like the question, and Susan, correct me if I'm wrong, is should the minutes as we are about to vote on them have been posted on the website?
Correct. And then the second part is to include, when I had asked Heather Basler if we're in violation of Florida state statute by signing it untimely, and she said that is correct. So as Todd was saying, it was a substantial question. It's not like we ask Sarah or Heather questions on a regular basis. It's, that's, again, and also to explain, like Todd was saying, connect the dots of this is why this was done. And just, instead of just inserting it into a packet, and people are like, well, how is this in here and it's not happened for 4.5 months?
Okay, well, so two separate issues. First off, it sounds like, and let's get a committee consensus or feeling on this. So the minutes, as we're looking at amended, are right now on the website as the minutes for the meeting. But we have not voted for the amendment, for the amended minutes. Is that correct, Virginia? Okay, and Susan, you have a concern with that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so is there a feeling from the committee about posting the amended minutes before they're approved? Courtney?
I mean, I would just post them with a draft on it. And that's, and then after we approve them, take the draft off. So,
That's an easy fix.
Okay,
bam, one and done. Okay.
Susan, would that?
I'm good with that.
Would that work?
Yes.
Okay, okay, so In the future then, if we're going to amend minutes, then we'll just put the word draft on it, post it online, and then we can vote for it at the meeting, then draft will change. Todd?
Yeah, just a quick clarification. Since we're amending these and it's a draft amendment, I'd add draft amended minutes, just to clarify, because you've already got minutes that have been approved, right? And then we're coming back and amending them later. So just because, so you've got an approved version out there and you're going to put a new one, just, I would recommend call them draft amendment or draft amended minutes, just to be explicit, so there's not confusion with what was already approved. So.
And maybe, Virginia, if possible, I know we're adding like multiple links, and David and I were just talking earlier, you need one click on the web. Who wants 2 clicks? It takes way too much time, like half a second longer. Maybe if we have both minutes, a draft amendment and then the original, you know, so that way somebody could see the difference if they wanted to until they're approved. Does that sound good to everybody?
No.
Okay.
What I understood your recommendation to be is that we're recording minutes of this meeting. They're going to be, we're not going to approve the minutes of this meeting until the next meeting. But the minutes get published as part of the agenda as we come into this meeting, and that's out there for the public to see. That should be marked draft. When you have our minutes, we have our meeting, and we make our votes, and we do whatever changes we make to it, then those get republished as the official minutes.
Exactly.
Okay. And so right now, these amended minutes are in our packet, but they're also on the website as the minutes, separately, not just part of our packet.
Right. So that's just put draft, when they're approved, take draft off. And if they're amended, make sure that it's noted that they're amended and be done. So we've been talking about minutes for 25 minutes, so.
Brandon?
Meaning we don't post the minutes separate, they are only in the agenda packet.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So, okay?
Everything posted before we vote is marked draft. After we vote, it's republished with the draft removed and any changes made.
I mean, if it's part of the packet, if that's the only place we post it, I mean, I don't know of any local government that puts draft on that. I thought they were separate too. So, I mean, I think in the packet, when you have here, and it says on the agenda, approval of the minutes, everybody knows that these are the minutes that you're going to be approving. So, I mean, it's a moot issue for me.
So, Susan, the only place these are online are in our packet. They're not separate as minutes. And so, do you still have an issue with them being in the packet?
No, just the point for the amended was just the date process going up for the November one, and then again, the legal question for Sarah were my 2 concerns, so.
Okay, so,
So, sorry, but now I think, given the fact that they are published as part of the agenda, I think that's pretty standard practice. To answer your question about whether these being available online as part of the agenda would be somehow improper or illegal, I think that pretty much every body that we have here in the county publishes the minutes as part of their agenda when they go to approve it. So no, there wouldn't be a problem with that, I don't believe.
And on the agenda, it says, excuse me, approval of amended November 2021 minutes. So really having a hard time finding the issue here. So I move to approve the minutes and move on.
I
yeah,
second.
you did, there's a second, so.
I second.
Well,
I just have one question.
okay,
This is very valuable time. We're here to save a lagoon. Is this the only place and format and forum that we have to be able to work on administrative details like this?
stuff that
Unfortunately,
comes,
because
stuff that
the
comes in
sunshine law,
front of
this
us.
is all we got. This is the
That
only way
comes
to do
in
it.
front of us.
Okay, that's good knowledge. Thank you.
Tried to get us to do it at a bar, but it didn't.
Make it a public notice,
Yeah.
have everybody show it.
Sunshine law.
Oh, man, see, there you go. Okay, so it sounds like, Susan, your original question on whether it's legal is yes. So, did you have any other questions on?
No.
Okay. So as far as the minutes as they are, there was one request, and that was from Susan, that we add something into public comments. my opinion, and this is part of our discussion, is that that was the process at which we were under to record our minutes. So I would rather not retroactively change our procedure. If we're going to do that going forward, then I think we can have that discussion. But I think I am in the approval group as far as approving the minutes as they are, and then we can have the discussion about going forward. Okay. So is there any other discussion on the motion at hand to approve the minutes? Okay. So now we'll go ahead and take public comment. I think, Sandra, you've got a card you filled out?
I didn't see in the minutes from the last meeting the question to the attorney, and I'm just thinking maybe a policy here to consider any question by this board to an attorney. I think that is very important, that that be in any minutes. So I looked through it. I didn't see her question to the attorney. I think that's important to be in those current minutes from the last meeting. And then I take, it very much concerns me, the comment that was made by Virginia Barker, that there are no prior conflicts, so that VIIb form has not come up before. Watching those meetings, number of the meetings, I feel that there has definitely been conflicts. One that is of concern to me pertaining to the seagrass emails. In the August 20th, I think it was.
Sandra, this is for the motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, so regarding this comment that there are no prior conflicts in ensuring moving forward, talking about minutes, I would like that comment to definitely be reflected in the minutes for the next meeting, but also that this board consider that any time a member of this committee requests a legal opinion from the attorney and it is answered, it should definitely be included in the meeting, including the last meeting. That question and the legal's response should be in the minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment on the motion? All right, we'll go ahead and vote on the motion, which is to approve the minutes for last month and the amended in November. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All right. So then now let's go ahead and hopefully we'll have a quick discussion. I think it will be quick. We've already talked a little bit about us going forward. So Susan, did you want to make a motion as far as changing our minutes going forward?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to, whenever a question is asked to legal, to document that instead of just a generic term of discussion ensued. I know they had said earlier, Dr. Windsor had related to the county commission the way they do things, and if you pull the minutes on the clerk's site for the county commission minutes, I mean, they don't have to be extremely detailed, but just a comment. It wasn't a long discussion, it was a question, and I think that's important to memorialize.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, Lorraine seconds. Okay, so discussion? Dr. Windsor?
Yes, I'm again getting distracted in many directions here with my thoughts. But we've had discussions on this committee before about individuals on the committee making requests to staff, and I'm including the attorney as part of the staff. And at points in the past, we were going all over the place, and staff wasn't sure who they were supposed to respond to. So we had a lengthy discussion, and I thought we had come away with a consensus that when staff was supposed to do something, it would be at direction of the whole committee, not of individuals addressing somebody on staff and saying, you do this for me because I'm a committee member. So if we're going to change that policy, let's make it clear we're going to change that policy. I would prefer we not change that policy, and I was going to make a comment later today during closing comments about this, and I was going to suggest that we go back to this policy. Perhaps at the end of the meeting, VIIe can run through a list of things that we sent to staff or perhaps the chair can just deal with Virginia directly about what items were directed by the group, not individuals of the group. Okay? So that's all I'll say about that for now, but I would not be in favor of us changing the way we do minutes. I think that that's part of this discussion, too. We have the complete record.
Okay.
Vinnie?
Well, and then I'll go back.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Okay, Susan?
As Stephanie said a few minutes ago, that, we're halfway through the plan, it's a 10-year plan, and we're halfway through, and she said that we're I forgot her exact word, that we're kind of finding our way and
Build
doing
the
things.
plane as we're
Building a plane,
flying
thank you.
it. Yeah, it's a John Byron term.
I came here last year, so I've been reading up on the minutes before, and I got a copy of the November 17 minutes, and it basically, like, a lot of it just says discussion ensued, so I have no idea without going back and watching every single video. So I just think it's for people that are curious to see what's going on and say, oh, well, what happened here? And they could skim through it instead of sitting there and watching through. Because, I mean, the minutes currently, I think, they've improved significantly when you compare it to the 2017. So.
Okay. Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, we started in December of 2016, right?
Correct.
Wasn't that our first meeting? So in the beginning, I think we weren't even putting the wings on yet on the plane. I think we were still trying to work on the wheels. Brandon?
Just to point out for anyone who's looking at the minutes, we are now timestamping the YouTube videos, and those will be added into the minutes. We are going to try to go back and do the older meetings as we have time. It's going to take time to watch all those and timestamp them all, but that is being done. So if someone had a question and saw the minutes, they could go to the video and go right to that point. So that's going to be done on eventually all the YouTube videos, but going forward, it will be timestamped on all the YouTube videos so they can go right along with the agenda.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion and a second, Lorraine?
Yeah, just wanted to say, because I've kind of been on both sides of this, I appreciate that, Brandon, because that's really important that you be able to use that video record. But I know that the best management practice, if you go to League of Cities, is that it's the shorter version of the action-focused minutes that you really need to do, because what I've experienced and can be just as bad is you're expecting someone to interpret and summarize all the comments, and that can be really misleading if that person doesn't have a thorough understanding. And so it can work both ways. And I have numerous examples of that. So again, this is League of Cities. The accepted best practice is that minutes focus on action items.
Okay. Courtney?
I think what Brandon said basically solves the whole problem, so I think we should vote and get to the Lagoon stuff.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Okay, so there was a motion and there was a second. Public comment? Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and vote. That was, the motion on the floor is to change the minutes to capture what was said. Questions to the attorney. Did I capture that motion right, Susan?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the motion fails. All right, so now we will go forward on the next item. All right, I did want to say one thing on the abstention forms. And so the Form 4B is not a conflict of interest. It's an abstention. It's when you abstain from a vote. And so if that hasn't happened in the past, it's not saying, that's saying that there was no abstention of voting, which is the Form 4B. It's not a conflict of interest form. And so I also think that whether or not the form was signed at a certain date as I asked us all to do when you guys all appointed me as chair again, thank you very much for that, is that let's focus on the process if we can and moving forward. So if there was something that we don't feel was handled the best, then let's see how we can handle it going forward better instead of looking back. But okay, with that said, we'll go ahead and go to the progress and fiscal reports. Virginia?
Thank you. I'm going to be brief because you also have your quarterly performance and progress reports today, so I'm just going to touch on the ones that won't come up subsequently. So the 2020 audit was presented to the auditor, to the audit committee on April 20th, and you will have that presentation later in today's agenda. The final sampling of our innovative in-ground nitrogen-reducing bioreactor septic drain fields, that final sampling has been conducted, and the consultants are crunching the numbers, so we will hope to have a final report on the performance of those systems for you after your June break. The Sykes Creek Muck Phase 1 dredging, the pre-construction meeting was held, and the gopher tortoises have been relocated from the dredge material management area. The University of Central Florida's oyster monitoring this month documented sedimentation and burial at the Coconut Point. The bar has worked to trap sediment so well that it's buried a good portion of the reef. But there's recruitment at Hog Point and a sustained oyster population at Maritime Hammock, all those sites down in the South Beaches. 2 more derelict vessels were removed this month, and we have prepared the budget for next fiscal year. The MICO septic to sewer project, the pre-construction meeting was held on May 5th, so we're looking forward to that project getting under construction. South Beach's septic to sewer, that bid closed on May 3rd. There was only one bidder. It came in substantially over the engineer's estimate and over our budget. We are currently in negotiations trying to see if there's a way forward with that project. Otherwise, we will have to reject the bids and start over with that one. Basin 79, which is Scottsmore C, and Basins 89, which is Scottsmore I. That bid opened, and those projects are within budget and moving forward. We had 1 new applicant for our aquaculture stimulus program, so that will be another 500,000 seed clams going into the lagoon to filter water. And filming of the derelict vessel removal process is complete, so we're looking forward to getting that video to you soon. On the backside, presentations this month, it was a really outstanding Indian River Lagoon symposium for anyone who missed it, and we are fortunate to have 2 of the variations on 2 of the presentations that were made at that symposium here on your agenda today. There is, on June 23rd, there will be a Lagoon Straight Talk event after a long COVID hiatus. And Anthony Gubler will be speaking about septic to sewer projects, I believe is the agenda for that event. And then on future topics, special presentations for future meetings. Moving up to the top of the list is the low-impact development and stormwater treatment. So we'll be working on lining up those topics for July unless we hear otherwise.
A quick comment on the Indian River Lagoon Symposium. Virginia, you did a great job on Friday with the public information session with Dwayne DeFries and Chuck Jacoby. Dennis Hanasak, who organized the event, suggested that those were going to be available online. I checked yesterday. They're not online yet, but they will be online soon. And anybody who missed that can go back and look at that discussion. It was an excellent few hours of interaction with the general public audience and a few technical people.
Where will it be posted?
At the Harbor.
Oh, your mic. Will you turn your mic on, Dr. Windsor? I'm sorry.
The link that's the Indian River Lagoon Symposium, if you just type that into Google, it'll take you to Harbor Branch And they've got a whole website that's just the past symposia, and it's got the old videos from previous years, but it's not up yet for this year. It'll be up, he said it'll be up shortly.
Can you repeat which one it was, just because your mic was off? Which video were you interested in
The
seeing?
Indian River Lagoon Symposium from this year, and it was the Friday session, the public information session.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Charles.
Virginia, I was curious, on the Algal Causeway, I've noticed pallets of oyster shells. Is there a project associated with the causeway?
I'm guessing, I believe they're getting ready to start building some projects in Banana River, and so sometimes they'll essentially locate their, is it all palletized, like in?
Yes, all palletized and wrapped.
Already wrapped up, yeah. They're probably getting, my assumption would be they're getting ready to start a project that's gonna kick off next week, all up and down Banana, and sometimes they'll move the materials with barges to make it easier to access multiple properties at once.
Right, it's on the east side, so that would make sense.
That's my, I can clarify for sure, but that would be my guess.
And who is they? Is that?
I'm sorry, Brevard Zoo is about to start some of their Banana River projects.
Okay.
In Virginia, I think it's worth noting too, from a public access point, there's a magazine, Journal's Florida Specifier, and one of the contributors, a regular contributor, is Matt here. He writes some great articles, and if you don't get this journal, it's been around for 30, 35 years. It's easy to read. I mean, it's for environmental professionals, but I would highly recommend everybody on the committee, especially some of the non-scientists who like to know a little bit more. A lot of good press about the program here, but it also gives you a statewide version. And so suggest everybody taking a look at that.
Is there an online link for that, Charles? Do you know?
You know, I've been getting this hardline copies for like the last 35 years, so it comes in my mail. It's like, this is easy.
Yeah.
And so I think there is.
How do you subscribe?
There's actually an application here that you can subscribe. I can put that in add it to the minutes.
We can send the link subscription information out to everybody. That's
Okay.
Okay. That sounds good.
I'm going to see if Matt will autograph mine.
Yeah, you got to get autographs from Matt.
It looks like you can sign up at enviro-net.com.
Enviro-net.com. Okay. For the Florida specifier. Okay. All right. Yeah, Kimberly.
Virginia, how often is the derelict vessel list updated? Like, when do they add new derelict vessels to that list?
It's continuously updated, so as vessels are reported or discovered, the state has to post them and clear them, contact the owner, go through but they're continually.
It's continuous?
Yes.
Okay. And then also the septic to sewer symposium, is there an invitation, anything marketing going out to our contractors, our plumbing contractors, to just raise awareness of that program, and possibly they can help with marketing and just that initiative in the county?
The septic to sewer symposium?
I'm not exactly sure what you said. There was a septic to sewer conference, something coming up.
Oh, the Straight Talk event?
Straight Talk event.
Sorry, the nonprofit Indian River Lagoon Coalition is holding a Straight Talk event.
Okay,
And
so-
their special topic for this next event will include septic to sewer.
Okay, excellent. And then that open invitation for new applicants for that program, is that live yet?
Do you, I.
Oh, I think she means the contractor program. Remember the county's approved
The approved list of
contractors?
contractors for the septic to sewer, is that application for new contractors to be added to that list, is that open? You had mentioned possibly
That
May.
we were going to go back out to bid a new RFQ to try to recruit more plumbers?
Correct, yes.
What is the status of that? I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
We've reached out to our purchasing department, but they are extremely busy with the budget season. Reached out to them last week about opening an RFQ, but we have not heard back from them yet.
Okay. Courtney, yes.
Virginia, do you know where, like what part of Brevard the Straight Talk is going to be targeting, the next one?
Craig, do you know?
I'm going to talk about it later.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. And Kimberly, when Craig talks about that, make that recommendation, I think that's good to get as many people as we can to come to it from all different sectors. Yeah, okay. All right, any other discussions, questions? All right, I had one real quick. The Brevard Zoo program with the oysters, is that one that Swirl is funding?
Yes, it is the soil-funded
Okay.
project.
All right, great. Because I've had a lot of people ask me, what's going on in O'Galley? So thank you for asking. Now I can tell them.
Yeah, did it just show up in the last day or so?
I noticed it yesterday going across.
Yeah, I think I reached out briefly just to make sure I wasn't misspeaking, and she said they just moved material to get ready.
Wow, Hawkeye Charles over there. I like that. Yeah, yeah. Don't be looking at the oysters. All right, okay. So we'll go ahead and move forward with the, sorry, I got so many windows up here. We'll go forward with the monthly revenue graph from Crystal.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So as of this month, we have collected for the February collection of a little over 4 million. We literally just received the quarterly this week for this last 3 months of, including this month for the quarter, at 3.5 million, which is not included in this graph because I just received it. So for FY22, so far we are at 27 million in collections, and overall we're at 253.8 million. For our expenditures in FY22, which is all of our expenditures, we're at 8.2 million, and then cumulative is at 41.4 million. So let's get through here. And then, so that will be on this page, what we're talking about. So do we have any questions on the revenue graph or our summary table for the year?
Okay. Looks like everybody's happy.
All right. I like happy people.
Well, you're in the right room.
So we are currently, I'm going to minimize you guys.
Oh, don't minimize me.
Not your personality, just the picture.
Impossible. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any questions over all of our many pages of expenditures? All actuals on each project?
Doesn't sound like we do?
I
Oh,
think I had one, but I need to see if it's.
of course.
Table 15 is the one that's contingency projects or, so.
Table
monitoring-
15 monitoring.
Monitoring and response, table 15.
Yes.
For people that.
Page
have-
8.
That may not be familiar with these aren't specific projects that were listed in our plan that we approved, but these are sort of the follow-ups these are looking to see how well the projects are responding, whether they're working. And so this is pretty much directed out of the staff office, right, Virginia?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure everybody knew what that category was, because you can't find these projects listed specifically in the plan, like living shoreline monitoring. That doesn't show up in the plan as one of the projects we approved.
You're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just add that the allocation, the annual allocation for monitoring is in the plan, but how that monitoring is selected for, which projects are going to be the best to yield scientific data for how well a certain project type performs, that is not itemized in the plan.
All right, so just to specify, it's page 8 and it's continued on page 9. All right. Then now we'll go to our grant chart. Were there any questions pertaining to the grant information?
Can you just speak to the changes between the working copy that was presented last month and this?
Well, there were updates, of course, and expenditures, and we added the total, down at the very bottom for the grants total of what we will be receiving in grants, or what has been contracted is what I should say.
So we received $18,540,162 in grants.
In grants and contracted, yes.
I just think that's great. You guys do a great job in accessing other funds.
I think that was one of the promises of the program, that we would use our money to get additional, and it looks like we have a lot. Yeah, great job, Virginia, and your staff.
Was there anyone online who had their hand raised?
Or anyone whose computer thought their hand was raised?
So, can I ask a
Yes,
question?
Lorraine, please.
So does this include what the municipalities, the grants that they are going for, or is this?
This
these are
is
just-
solely Sorrel grants. Now, if we've done a grant, the best I could explain would be we had a grant for the baffle box upgrades that went towards them through us. That would be the only one that went to a municipality. Do you want to specify further, Virginia?
So if it runs through the county's accounts, it's captured here. If it's completely done, obtained and managed and implemented and reimbursed directly to the cities, then we don't have that
Right.
detail.
I was just wondering if we have any sense of what that is, but just to have the overall picture of what we're leveraging. What we're leveraging for the best interests of the lagoon.
So we do ask for that information in all of the proposals, and we ask for the cities to update us as that changes. So Terri is nodding that, yes, that's something that we could pull together every so often, maybe an annual kind of summary.
That would be great.
Sorry, that's one, but do you want committee direction?
I do. I was going to let everyone else kind of feel on that one. And to clarify that, so what we're saying is that any, will you repeat it, Lorraine, say how you wanted it?
That I would like to have a sense of the overall amount of money that we are leveraging through grants, which not only includes what the county is going after, but what the municipalities have been successful in bringing in, because that gives us the true value to the best interests of the lagoon.
Okay. Stephanie, did you have?
Well, the only thing that I was going to point out is recognizing that we may not have all of the data. So I think just to indicate somehow that this is what the municipalities have sent to us, because that may not be the full picture. So we have no control over that. But I do think that it's very valuable to see that total number of what's been actually sent to us for grants that they've received as well.
Vinnie?
Courtney and then Susan? Yeah.
I agree, because we are kind of bad at getting back to you guys, so I would, if you come up with a number, just kick it back to the municipality and say, is this still the case? So they can give you, if they've gotten grants after that. Sometimes they'll get even more funding after they've even signed the agreement. So I would just make sure, so we do have a really good picture, because I think it is a good idea. I mean, to basically show the community how much other funding sources we're bringing into the lagoon.
If I could clarify, we're looking for an overall number, correct?
Yes, just to get the dollar amount of grants that the cities have gone after for lagoon restoration projects. So, and then there's some cities that have done projects for the lagoon, but didn't even come and get Sorrel funds, because sometimes the numbers just didn't work out to where it was like a $12,000 grant, and they're like, paperwork, it's going to cost us more to do the paperwork than just to do the project. So we might want to do like kind of a call for other projects that were done that were not Sorrel funded.
Susan and then Todd.
Going to what Lorraine said, I support what she was recommending, and just for clarification, I'm not sure if it's a Virginia or a Crystal question. On the grants, you have the federal, state, the municipalities, the county, and my question is, I think Virginia said earlier about the Sorrel grants on this one document. For the Sorrel grants, once we give it, like, for example, to a municipality, is it our responsibility to follow up to make sure that they did what they said with the money for the project? Stephanie's saying yes. And how do we do that? Like, how do we make sure that it's not falling back on us if it's not?
So we have a contract with the municipality. We have deliverables. We have proof of payment. We have them submit pictures. So it depends on what kind of project it is, what sort of proof we provide. There's also a paragraph in the contract that states that, they are responsible for implementing the project, for following their procurement rules, for providing those deliverables. So the onus is on the cities to do what they say they're going to do, but we do ask them to provide some evidence.
In the past, I guess 4 or 5 years, have we done that before? Just like, I guess the what if question is, what if they did not follow the procurement and go out to bid or anything?
No.
Or does it fall on us as the
Due
the
to the
county?
way the contract is written, each municipality has their own policies. So they must follow their own policy.
Okay.
We, as the county, must follow our policy. So this is more of a contract question than a financial question. I don't know if you would like to jump in, Terri, or Virginia?
It's a legal question.
Okay.
Could you distill, I guess, what the exact question is?
She is wanting to know if a municipality has been checked for following their procurement process, which I believe the original question was if they were following ours, and we do not oversee ours or put ours on them.
I'm sorry, I guess I still just don't know what the question
Well, I
is.
think
Let me clarify
Let Mrs.
that.
Hodges take her
So,
question. Yeah.
Laura Lee is the city of Titusville. I'm Brevard County.
Okay.
And I said, okay, here is a Sorrel grant to the city of Titusville. And I expect in good faith that she'll follow that. And, if she doesn't, my question is, what happens? Does it fall back? Like, if I do something at work and then something falls through, it ultimately comes back on me if something's not done correctly. So if Laura Lee doesn't follow through on the grant and doesn't go out to bid, RFP, RFQ, then does it come back ultimately to the county, or are we both in trouble?
So, I mean, there would be presumably a contract governing this transaction, right? So then every contract would have provisions regarding, what happens if one party fails to act as they've promised or something
Right.
like that. So
Do I sue her? Does the county sue the city for not?
I mean, I guess potentially, it's hard to work in like hypotheticals in a legal standpoint, because there are so many different facts that could change the answer entirely,
Right.
depending on, for instance, whatever the contract says. I mean, that's obviously key. So without, I guess, a real scenario to comment on, I would hesitate to definitively say what exactly would happen or who would sue who.
Okay.
So.
Todd?
Yeah, just two pieces on that. One, I think it's important for us to remember how and what our role is, because at some level, there's many activities that are occurring, around the execution of these projects. But ultimately, we've got two major things. Are we getting the project done that's delivering the results? And in doing that validation that work is done to what was committed, then we make a payment. So I look at it as that there's many things like what their procurement policies were and things like that. Again, that ends up being, as I think the staff just stated, part of how they execute. But from what I've seen, there is multiple mechanisms in place to validate that the work is done. The work is done as committed, and then, and that we expect to achieve those results. Those results are projected, but they're based on science. And so it's really that piece of tying to, did the work get done, and did we pay for did we get what we paid for? And I think from my perspective, I see that happening. I wanted to go back to the piece and Courtney's comments about and multiple comments about just the overall, capturing that overall impact. Wholeheartedly support it. My only watch out, I guess I would ask for, is there's a lot of different things that we can do that are going to create a significant administrative burden. We just need to understand the value on it. So if we're going to do that, I'd recommend we consider maybe doing it a couple times a year at most, once or twice a year at most, and a reach out that says, hey, can you report on any grants that you received and any other projects that you've done that are contributing, so that we can get a total, public sector impact on the lagoon and the things that are going on, so that, because, if we begin trying to manage the finances and the expenditures of every engaged municipality and entity, it's going to detract from being able to do the work that is the direct responsibility of staff for managing this program. So I definitely think it's great. Just try to figure out a way to do it that is manageable, and I think once or twice a year probably puts that into perspective. And allows you to then reflect that overall, contribution and impact in the lagoon.
Okay, Charles.
Yeah,
and then
I hope
Courtney.
we'll button up the conversation with this, but I saw there's several TDC grants in the here,
Yes,
but
sir.
there's some other projects that they've executed as well, or given awards to, such as the super clams and some activities associated with seawalls in Cocoa Beach. How do you define, or how do you select which projects get on the list and maybe which don't?
These are the ones that the Natural Resources Office applied for.
Okay.
So, yeah, we would not list everything that the TDC funded, though if you want that in the larger grants report, that's another thing for us, for staff to go.
And I'm not necessarily asking for that, but I just think it's kind of good to show how this committee and the efforts are leveraged to get other funds from other sources. And there's $1 million from TDC to go to the lagoon, or at least available each year.
Can I clarify that all the financials that you're seeing and the grant information that we are receiving, it is specifically through Sorrel? It is not anything greater than Sorrel. This is specifically what we are doing, what our staff is doing, that you see in this room, is this what this form is. So I don't want you to think that we're not including things, but we are specific to Sorrel. So the data you are seeing and the financials that I have gathered are for Sorrel. So if we are going a different way, I just want to clarify what this is.
Okay.
So
Courtney?
I have an idea. So we don't have to put the burden on staff. I can volunteer to try to get the data from the cities and try to get the data from the TDC and the NEP, and try to give a kind of like that other funding look, if you would like me to. Because I do think it should be just done once a year. And maybe, at the same time we do a call for projects, when we send out the application, that might be a good time to ask for that information. But if you guys, I know it's hard because we keep asking you to do all these like reportings and stuff. So I wouldn't mind taking that on and I'd be glad to pass it through you so you can make sure it's correct and, all of it makes sense. But if the committee's okay, I'll be glad to take that on.
And Charles, real quick, Eric, you've been quiet. If you raise your hand or click the raise your hand button, I'll call on you, okay? I haven't missed you, have I? Eric? Okay.
I was just going to say, I can at least get the TDC
Okay.
beach committee data for you and put that together.
Okay, that'd be great.
Eric?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't had any questions yet. I have been just generally in terms of budget kind of curious as to how much of what we are currently funding now was handled by previous, government, county government programs before, and what we have taken on that would have been covered by other tax dollars prior to the soil program coming around.
Okay. Laura Lee and then Todd.
In the northern part of the Indian River Lagoon and Banana River and southern part of Mesquite Lagoon, there's a huge entity that really isn't part of the game. And I think that, the NASA Kennedy Space Center, they just put out this Indian River Lagoon health report where they identified multiple projects that needed to be done that could help the lagoon, but they have no funding. I think if we're going to make the cities accountable and reporting for what they're doing to help the lagoon, I think that our neighbor across the river, they ought to be accountable and reporting what they're doing to help the lagoon too. They're a big part of this mix. They're a part of the problem and why the lagoon is in the state that it's in. So I think that, in this yearly report of what are you doing to help the lagoon, I think they need to be a player too.
So why don't we do this? Why don't I suggest this? Since we're talking about something other than what we're looking at now, why don't we go ahead in Virginia, can we put this discussion on a future meeting? And I think that it's something that we can continue on. I think maybe having it as part of our project plan, Courtney, once a year, would be something that would be once a year. Maybe Tetra Tech could help us do that. That way it wouldn't necessarily fall on county staff. But I think that this is a conversation, and Laura Lee, we can talk about all the players, that we would like to collect a table for what's being done with Sorrel and outside Sorrel. Does that sound like a good consensus? Charles?
Yeah, I was going to say KSC does have a presentation. I think that's readily available. But we should also look at the Air Force stations as well, because they're large landowners and they contribute as well.
Well, I think it sound to me like an appendix to the project plan. How many do we already have? Like 34? We can have 35 now? So Virginia, can we put the discussion for that at our July meeting? You guys want to do it then? Does that sound good? Virginia, I know our agenda for July is already full. Let's just pile it on. All right. Okay, so with that, and Eric, you didn't have, that was a statement, right? There wasn't a question that you were waiting an answer on? I wanted to make sure.
May I address Eric's statement?
Yes.
We do include a clause in the application and in the contract documents that any dollars that an entity was planning to spend on that project that is maybe now displanted by swirl funds, that those savings go into another project for the Indian River Lagoon. And the idea there was to play it forward, right? So we have funds to construct this project, you take your funds and start identifying and designing and getting the next project ready to apply for future funds.
Okay. Yeah, Kimberly.
Is there any type of expense report returned back after those grants are given to individual organizations or private citizens once those funds are given to them? Like any kind of audit back to us?
We do not pay without proof of payment, proof of expenses. Yeah, there's a very elaborate process to document all of that before the county distributes those funds.
Is a template?
It's all reimbursable. They
Is a
don't get
template
paid.
available for us to review, just to look at that process, to just know the mechanism a little better?
Certainly, it's part of the contracts. There are forms attached to those municipal contracts that identify what that process is.
Right, and is there a follow-up to that ever, or is it just we send those forms out and they fill it up? Like, what is the kickback to us to review once those projects are completed or paid out, to know if there
They're
was?
like bank transactions.
Right, but is there a report of those bank transactions given back to Sorrel? Is there like, we finished this project, this is where the money went form?
Back to the committee.
Yes.
There are these quarterly reports
Well,
that
like-
show
Right, right.
what was spent.
Right, but I mean, just like a
What the
breakdown, like there's
actuals.
one item line in our funding that $60,000 to private citizens. So like that $60,000, is there any return information back to us that's a breakdown of where that $60,000 went? And I'm just using that as an example.
Can I add?
Tom?
Yeah, I think the key part is that these are not money that gets handed out to then use. It is work that gets done and then reimbursed. And so before the money ever goes out, that report that you're asking for that says we've done all of this work, we've spent all of this money, is received before there's ever a check cut, right? And I just want to clarify. So these are not grants to go use. These are reimbursable grants that says, I've done all of this stuff, I've spent this money, I've spent it validly in accordance with my contract. Now I get that reimbursement paid. So all of those systems, I think, are in place through that contract process. So it's not an after-the-fact validation. It's to even get your money, you've got to show that.
Thank you for that clarification, Todd.
Well, and I also see that we're using the word grant for apples and oranges. So the page here for our expenditures, these is considered the Sorrel grant. So they apply for a project, I get an invoice this long. I have to look at their expenditures. For example, staff has to look at, because they have to get it as well, to sign off that they did do the work, that they paid for, that everything's, and so there's checks and balances, like literal checks. And so I have to look at ACH payments, I have to look at checks, I have to look at the invoices that they received, and then staff has to look at the work versus the invoices. So it takes a village to get an invoice through. And so that would be the quote-unquote Sorrel grant. But yes, after it goes through us, it goes through finance. Finance releases the checks. We do not release the checks. The clerks of courts, yes, county finance with the clerk of court. So, lots of names.
I really
and-
appreciate the detailed explanation. I think it's very important that that's
And then,
spoken of right now.
and then at the end where you're seeing the grant information, these are grants that Sorrel has went out to receive towards projects. And so that is a different word of grant. So I just want to make sure that when we're speaking, if we're saying grant, that we know the difference between a grant that we are receiving versus the Sorrel grant that we are, have been applied for by citizens, by government entities.
I was referring to the latter, yes, so thank you.
Okay.
But I think, Kimberly, it's a great question, especially because a lot of us, we've been doing this for, 6 years? And so in the beginning, we focused on that process, like laser focused. And that was something, and then when we have new people come on, you, Susan, Eric, I think it's like you said, it's very important that we reiterate the process.
Well, I think even more than just my own understanding, I think there's a lot of controversy right now in the community
I
that
agree.
stems from that exact misunderstanding or lack of dissemination of those details. So thank you very much.
I agree, and I think the word is reimbursement, and I think that's such a key word. But I think it's, how many phrases is it, 4 or 5? Somebody who's an English major, help me out. As opposed to shorter words, like, we paid or we gave. And so I think that reimbursement term really captures everything. They pay the money, they give us the proof that the money was paid, then we reimburse them. And we only reimburse them the amount per pound of nitrogen which their project was given. So it's not like we're just giving them anything they want. And most of these projects are ones you can see. So if somebody says, yeah, I did a baffle box, and you go there and you look and there's no baffle box, it's pretty easy to see whether a project was completed or not. And then the last thing, then Susan, so we did in the beginning, and I think we still do, we tracked projects. And if a project was supposed to be completed in a certain year and it wasn't, then we started highlighting it yellow and highlighting it red. Because we wanted to see, well, which projects really weren't kind of caught up. And that in itself encouraged people to kind of stay on top of it. But that was more of a timeline thing as opposed to we're going to reimburse you. But so again, if it's the will of the committee and there's additional things, we'll go ahead. Yeah, I think Susan had a question.
I just had a question, going back to seeing things. A group of us went out to the zoo a couple weeks ago, and we helped build the oyster gabions, which was pretty neat. And the guy, I think his name is Alex, we were talking about seagrass, and my question is on the seagrass monitoring. He had mentioned something about that, the living shoreline. How much money was allocated for the seagrass monitoring?
The only dollars that are currently allocated to anything, to seagrass monitoring is it's about a $50,000 task order to the expert that we had come to the committee present in August, who's developing a seagrass sighting toolkit. So taking all of the physical, environmental data collected by the Water Management District and other agencies on water quality and bloom conditions, salinity, and what the requirements are for the native species of seagrass that should be growing here. Putting that information together in data layers to identify where are the best sites under current conditions to attempt replanting seagrass, what are the areas where the data indicates the conditions are not conducive to the successful restoration of seagrass now. And it also identifies that the toolkit will also include a section on how you would do the planting, how you would set up your planting design to answer some specific questions that we still have, some gaps in knowledge on the best way to do restoration, that some things that need to be tested. And so how would you design your planting to set yourself up with an experimental design to answer those questions, and how would you design your monitoring to be able to collect the data to answer the questions, and then feed all that information back into, the bigger group that is trying to restore seagrasses in the lagoon.
And then is it the $50,000, is that part of the sorrel funding? Like, would that be on here, or that?
It is part of the monitoring, the annual performance respond funding that Dr. Windsor mentioned earlier.
Where would I find that? Right here. Okay. Okay.
15.
Thank you.
Okay.
It may not have been broken out just yet, now that I'm looking at it. So as,
No, it is separate from living shoreline monitoring. I just
So-
think it's such a, Virginia, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's such a new project that when this table was made, it.
That we hadn't received the first
it may
invoice
not-
yet, so it's not
We
on
haven't received
here.
any invoice yet.
so we are at the end of budget, so I have been working very, very tirelessly, so I do apologize. Not everything is perfect. So that's just cards we've been dealt, and so next quarter you will see it on there.
Okay. Thank you.
But this is actual, so if we have not received an
Yes,
invoice
correct.
yet, it would not be on here yet.
Correct.
That has nothing to do with your
No, I mean
workload.
how we have our lagoon cost and just zeros, so.
Okay. David, you got your hand on the buzzer, man. It's like Price is Right or something.
Number 3.
I was just going to quote the late Albert Einstein, who said, bureaucracy is the death of any achievement.
Well, I feel very lively this morning, so all right. Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions for Crystal? All right, thank you, Crystal.
Thank you, Crystal.
Terry?
A couple things. I wanted to clarify that for the projects, we do site visits, we collect engineers' records, lots of checks and balances go in to make sure that the project was done accurately and precisely.
I think the term government red tape is actually a positive one in this case,
Yeah.
where we're going and we're
Yes.
double checking, and it's a process to get those funds.
And then I also wanted to say, some people aren't turning their mics on, and so the Zoom land can't hear you. So, so I'm going to go through the performance table. This quarter, I highlighted in yellow the new things that are happening, but I also made a presentation, so I'm not going to go through the table like that. How do I, wait, let me do this. Okay, so this is the progress update for everything that happened between January and March of this year. Let me minimize you guys. So we're happy to report that the Palm Bay North water reclamation facility was completed. This is going to reduce over 20,000 pounds of nitrogen per year. They also just recently seeded and set up their anoxic tanks, which is going to be actually doing the nutrient removal. Our sewer laterals are currently in progress, so this is the smoke testing. It's happening in South Beaches at the moment, and then the other two project areas are going to be occurring over the next 16 weeks as weather permits.
I got mine.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
The Oak Point Package Plant wastewater treatment facility, this project started construction. This is the one connecting 108 mobile homes to sanitary sewer. They upgraded the power here for the lift station, and they also completed the directional drilling under US 1 to connect to the line. So this one should be completed in, I think, September is the timeline right now. Our South Central C septic to sewer project is currently under construction. The South HOA sewer lines are in. The lift station has been installed, and they are currently repairing the curbs and the roads. There's been a little bit of a shortage in cement and concrete, so that's causing a few delays there. But the North HOA is expected to start in August, and the Central HOA just started, so that one's moving along. Our septic upgrades, this past quarter, we have 5 quick connects were completed and 16 septic upgrades, so we have a total of 69 septic upgrades and 39 quick connects, Basin 62, this was the denitrification retrofit of Johns Road Pond. This was recently completed. So this is up in MIMS in this area. These giant tubes filled with bioabsorption activated media was installed. So this is filtering the water in here, and the lagoon's right over here. So it treats the water before going into the lagoon. And then we have another one up in that area, Basin 26. This is a wood chip bioreactor. This was installed along this ditch here, where the water's flowing in from each end and being treated with wood chips before being released into the lagoon, which is over here. We also have the City of Cocoa, North and South Lakemont Ponds floating wetlands were installed. So this picture shows some of the wetlands, but they've been harvested since then. And then this is an aerial view. They're in the ponds here and here. And the City of Melbourne has their Grant Place baffle box currently under construction. The box is expected to be delivered in the next month or two. So you might see this in downtown Melbourne. It's in this area right here, right near Crane Creek. So drive by and see that. The Brevard County completed their Horseshoe Pond vegetation harvesting project. This is off of Wickham Road behind the Ace Hardware. So this top photo is the before picture and the after photo. It ended up removing over 190,000 pounds of aquatic vegetation, and the lab analysis results said it removed over 4,500 pounds of total nitrogen. The city of Cocoa Beach recently completed their Phase 2 muck dredging project. So this removed over 150,000 cubic yards of muck from these 12 canals here. And they just did 29 and 30 right here. Those two were the last two to be completed. And the Brevard Zoo installed about 900 square feet of oyster bars at Rickman Park this quarter. And this was on the Central Oyster Project contract, and that was for 10,200 square feet. So I think they have 10,030 square feet, so this one's almost done. And then for our overview, this table also is the updated project list with the approved plans. So we had the 3 withdrawn plant projects. That's why the scopes of work accepted has been dropped a little bit. But as you see all the yellow, we've got a lot of contracts in the works right now. Our grand total is up to 63 completed projects right now. And that's all I have. If there's any questions about any, yes.
I just wanted to point out that first column, the total nitrogen reduction, it's jumped 25% in the last quarter. And I think this is reflecting the number of projects that are getting completed. And I think this is going to ramp up as we move into the future, too.
Exactly. Yeah.
So good job.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right. Terry, thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next? Do I need to get him set up?
All right.
Okay.
So the next
Brandon.
thing that we have, I believe, is the video. Eric's debut. Eric, while we get that video ready, or I guess it is ready, will you do you know where the raise the hand button is? Because that's how I'm going to know you have a question. Like, it'll pop up on my screen, and that makes it easier. Do you know where that button is?
Yes, I did find it. It's in the participant tab.
It is, yeah. So if you raise your hand, if you hit the button to raise your hand, then I'll know you've got a comment.
Okay, but I'm not getting the random hand raising from the video.
Are you on a PC or a Mac?
Mac.
Oh, it's supposed to be built in. I'll talk to, who's the guy, who's in head of Apple right now? Someone help me out. Tim Cook, thank you. I'll reach out to Tim Cook.
Don't do me any favors.
I'll reach out.
Today. I thought you were going to hear me raise my hand the whole time.
All right. Brandon, we'll go ahead and watch Eric's video.
I have a number of memories from the Lagoon.
I think we've got 2 of you, Eric. Hold on. Let's have everyone turn their mics off, and then now I'll turn my mic off.
They run from watching dolphins.
I think, Logan, it's coming out of the camera speaker. Brandon, other speak.
I have a number of memories from the Lagoon. They run from watching dolphins, digging for clams, to stone crabbing, to spear fishing, any number of other activities. I would say that my favorite thing that we did was when I was a kid, we dragged seine nets through the Indian River Lagoon, through the grass flats, and whatever we caught, not all of it, but the coolest parts that we caught, we put in an aquarium. So we had this aquarium project, and the amount of life that that had was just incredible. The biggest challenge from the lagoon right now, from my perspective, is all the population growth and economic growth that we're experiencing right now is bringing a large amount of people here and a large amount of development that can negatively impact the lagoon if we don't go about it the right way. I think one of the main things that we've got to consider right now is how are we going to welcome all these people into our beautiful home and not let them destroy it. I wanted to serve on the Oversight Committee mainly because I've had so much of an opportunity to enjoy it, and I've seen what it was, and I've seen the improvement I feel like is starting to take place as a result of this committee's work and the efforts of everyone else out here. So the biggest action I'm taking in my own life is being a part of this committee. I admire the work that they're doing, and I think that we are definitely taking big strides towards reaching our goal of bringing this lagoon back to the way it was, during my childhood. I mean, I'm also doing what I can to educate others, and I think that just talking with people and giving them an idea of what they can do to improve things, there's just a giant interest in this lagoon, and I believe it's what sets this area apart.
All right. Oh, and it's going again. Yeah, encore.
Watching dog.
All right. Eric, you want to say anything real quick after your video?
Not really. I guess it was fun to put it together. I thought they did a great job and made me look as good as was possible. They stuck a bunch of pictures in because I couldn't keep looking at the right camera. So.
Well, those pictures were cool, man. So good stuff. And I think, again, for those that are at home watching, and it bears repeating, the people that sit on this oversight committee, we are citizens. We are people that live here, and we all have different backgrounds and stories. So I think that's the goal of this, is to point out how different our stories all are. Yet we come together to work on this process. So thank you, Eric. Thank you for that. All right. So the next thing we have, thank you, Brendan. We've got a presentation now. Do we want to take a bathroom break? How's everyone feel on that? Okay. Is 10 minutes okay? All right. Let's take a 10-minute bathroom break. It has been 10 minutes. All right. Thank you, Carol. All right. We will go ahead and get started back here. Thank you, everybody, for that. All right. All right. Everyone's coming back. The brain power's back in the room. I can feel it. Y'all feel it? I feel it. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and now hear a few of the presentations that we get educated through. And real quick, before I forget, Virginia, we just had a real quick conversation. We know we do My Lagoon stories on us, Citizens Oversight Committee, and we do project stories on our projects. To Kimberly's point earlier, maybe we do a project video of the procurement or the reimbursement process. I'm just thinking Crystal with like stacks of paper, and she's like flipping through it, and it's flying around. Kimberly.
On that note, I had someone actually speak to me in our break just now about.
Is your mic on? Just want to make sure.
It is on,
okay,
yes.
Thank you.
If I had some misunderstanding of that. Again, I know we all have designated seats here, and being education and outreach alternate, I really feel a responsibility to what is going on in the community right now with the obvious lack of misunderstanding about how the process is here. So while the clarification was great for myself as well, I think that exactly what you're saying, those basics, the process, if you will, the checks and balances, literal as they are with this, it's definitely something that needs addressed, just because I think it could clear up a lot of the cloudiness that really isn't there, and the transparency that Virginia is always working towards to be certain is in place. So I think that was, I definitely, again, I appreciated the clarification, but I think it's more a necessity for the community to understand the mechanism of what this committee does.
I couldn't agree more, and I think as somebody who spent a lot of time designing our bar on our website and our first website, because I was in the technology lane, I think that all of us in our lanes should definitely use the expertise we have. I have a saying that says, never fear your own brilliance. And I think a lot of us are afraid to step out and really grasp our own brilliance. And so, Kimberly, being the education outreach, and I'll just say this and we'll move on, but if there's something that comes up like that, I would totally encourage you to reach out to Virginia as an education outreach and say, hey, Virginia, have we done any education outreach on this? And bring an idea to us or to them. That's your specialty.
I do, and they help me a lot.
I know.
Thank you.
No, thank you for saying that. But Virginia, again, maybe we talk to our video people about ways that they could make Crystal's job exciting. Maybe give her a whip and a hat or something like that. I don't know. But maybe it's not just Crystal. Maybe it's the staff and how the process goes through. But I think to Kimberly's point, the farther we can push out, the different mediums we can use to get that information out there, the more benefit it's going to bring the lagoon, not just us. All right. Okay, I think I've talked way outside my turn, way too long. Dr. Windsor, how come you're not pinching me under the table? What's going on here? All right. So we'll go ahead and have our presentation now. Introduction to Remote Sensing of Harmful Algal Blooms, also known as HABs, for those of us that get the HAB report from Matt weekly in the River Lagoon. And so we have Dr. Listopad and Andrew Kamerosky who are going to present. Dr. Listopad is the president and founder of Applied Ecology, and she also received a PhD in Applied Conservation Biology using remote sensing at UCF. And Andrew is an environmental scientist, and he focuses on remote sensing specialist. He's also a UFO pilot. Maybe they're UFOs. I don't know. They're UASs. They're UASs. But with all this UFO stuff, I couldn't identify it if it was flying over the lagoon. So he is a UFO pilot, and he has one of the things, he's actually working with multiple bodies of water across our state on the HABs, the harmful algal blooms. So if we could go ahead and get our presentation from Dr. Listopad and Andrew.
Thank you, everyone. I'm very excited to be here presenting. I think this is the first presentation on this project. The remote sensing of HABs, as I'll be calling them from now on, is probably one of the highlights.
Sorry, the lecture mic is on.
Oh. Yeah, there we go. So this project is really one of the highlights of my career, and I've done a lot of projects. I'm very excited about this project. There's a lot of interesting results coming, and we are just really about a third through this project. So there's actually going to be two presentations today on this project. The first one is just introduction and setting the stage and explaining what we're doing, and the second one, some of the results that we have so far gathered. So you all know this. I don't need to tell you. The lagoon story and all we're doing here is trying to restore the lagoon. There's a lot of issues that are going to be increased as the population increases, as we change our land use, as climate change will exacerbate that. And with that, we have seen the increase in harmful algal blooms, HABs, extensive fish kills, losses of seagrass meadows due to that. So what this project is doing really is providing a new tool, an innovative tool to be able to look at some of these changes through time. So our focus is Brevard County. This is an FDEP-funded innovative grant project looking at a new technology. So we're focused on the southern part of the Mosquito Lagoon, the north Inter-River Lagoon, part of the central IRL, and the banana, as you can see here. Important part to notice is right now, we have about, Brevard County has 238 square miles of the Inter-River Lagoon, and all those are managed looking at water quality from 5 continuous monitoring stations, so you do get very high temporal resolution data from those 5 stations. Those are located, those are the big green fluorescent dots on that map. We have 18 long-term stations that have water quality every month, grabs, which we are very fortunate that those have been maintained by St. John's River, as you know, since 1996, or actually prior to that. We have a very long term, but these, you get snapshots once a month from these. And these are in your map here in triangles, blue triangles. And then we have, in addition to that, we have 12 stations in tributaries. And as we know, we are concerned with looking at some of the tributaries as sources of nutrients coming in. So this is right now the distribution of data we have to manage, basically, the lagoon. What we have noticed using these data sets is since 2015, this is looking at chlorophyll A measurements from those stations, long-term monitoring stations, is that we're seeing some peaks, some blooms that have occurred. Some appear to be much increased concentrations in the bananas in purple, and they're short-lived, right? This is relatively short bloom, the first one, bloom event 1. Some have lower concentrations, they're still blooms, but very long. We're talking about the 2017 to 19, that's 2 years that we are blooming. And then we have another one, a more recent bloom, 2020, that you all probably remember very well. Again, a shorter duration bloom. So right now we are trying to manage the lagoon using some stations that are pretty spread apart within the waters that we have in the lagoon, with mostly monthly data. And what we can see here is that there are different blooms occurring in intensity, duration, and where do they start? In some cases, you can see here that you might have some pleeps or blooms starting before the large bloom occur in different locations. So what is happening? So this is the purpose of this project. Purpose of this project is, 1, determine what is a most efficient way to use satellite data, which is freely available, to be able to estimate the conditions in the River Lagoon. That would fill in the gap, both spatially and temporally, because you can be looking at the whole waters, not just points in space and be making assumptions and interpolations in between those data points, but actually have a continuous coverage. You'd also have much higher return period than once a month. So that's the first objective is, can we use Sentinel data, produce some algorithms that are reliable so we actually can get conditions over time in a more continuous, temporally and spatially. Second objective is, once we have that in place, what has happened? What is the variability? When do HABs occur? Do they start in a specific location? Why are they in long durations? Can we characterize those HABs in a much more higher resolution format? So some of the data sources we are using for this study, and I'll be mentioning that in some of the results, I just want to make it clear. We are looking at ESA, European Space Agency satellites, both Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-3 satellites. A little bit later down in this presentation, I'll explain why we selected these particular sensors. But we are also using data to ground truth, validate. We are leveraging, St. John's River Water Management District data. There's nothing like using data that's already been collected to leverage and calibrate it. We're also using FWC HAB monitoring data to calibrate specifically. We're looking at different species of HABs, so they provide some of the data set. And finally, we are using the UAS, the innovative component, is being able to use hyperspectral imaging. And so we have sensors, both handheld sensors provide very fine resolution, and I'll explain why that's being used, as well as a sensor that gets mounted on a drone, basically. So we have satellite, UAS, and field data. So that gives you perspective, all levels. So we kind of divided this study into 3 phases just to, there's a lot of tasks in this study, but the big picture of it is the phase 1 was calibrating and validating the sensors so that we could provide you the chlorophyll A maps. So instead of just having chlorophyll A based on those stations, we now can visually see what is the chlorophyll A looking like. And then with that information, identify locations of historical. So we're going back in time to be able to start understanding what's happening now. What were the historical HAB activity using chlorophyll A? And then developing a method of rapidly interpreting the Sentinel data and putting out those reports. So this has been completed. We had a memo of these results provided. And since we've been estimating and validating this, we have converted and provided, as you know, these weekly reports. They initially were not in chlorophyll A, and then they were converted to chlorophyll A once we validated our algorithms. So there is also this app that you can use to see what is happening, and this comes out every week. So now we can very quickly, we gather the information from previous week, and we put it out by end of Monday, early Tuesday. So every week you have an update. What is happening in the lagoon? What has happened last week? So much faster time to see what's happening.
Will you go to the QR code? I see some phones going up. Just one more
Yeah,
second.
QR code.
Everybody get it?
Sorry.
No, you're good.
That's all Andrew. He's like, we need QR codes and everything. I'm like, you're right.
Well,
It's the new
I tell you,
thing.
The second you said it, Dr. Linda, that everybody's phones went up all over the.
Yeah, so, follow that. We are updating this every week. So it's updated. You can see, I saw something last week. I wonder if it's a, bloom starting. Yes, and the slider, so this does let you compare the data between different images.
That's cool.
So
That's cool. Thank you, Dr. Linda.
we didn't have time to do a demo here, but next time. Phase 2 of the study is really, we are right now in the midst of it, is be able to characterize the spectral profiles of water column benthic conditions throughout the IRL. And what this means really is right now we have this derived chlorophyll maps from Sentinel, from the satellite data. What we want to understand is what are the sources of chlorophyll? So some of the sources are the water column, right, the actual HABs that we are looking for. Some of them are basically, we could have SAV actually puts out some, chlorophyll A. So be able to distinguish what is coming out, where's the chlorophyll A coming from, the source of it, requires us to characterize and see, can we detect differences?
What's SAV? Just real quick for those.
Submerged aquatic vegetation. So it could be, so seagrass, or it could be macroalgae, it could be caulerpa. So all of those are photosynthetic, so they have the same, they could have the same signature if you're just looking purely at Sentinel data as is. So we are going through and basically looking at some of these details. Can we find some other water column constituents besides, that are optical, besides chlorophyll A? For example, total suspended solids. So that's kind of some of the information we're trying to gather, not just looking at chlorophyll A, but other elements. We also want to be able to identify what are some of the benthic conditions. Are we looking at, in clear days where we don't have blooms, can we see there's muck, sand? Are there seagrass underneath it? And we have some images here that show you some of that information is being very interesting. We also want to look at different algal species. We know not all algal blooms are the same. There actually been a lot of changes in the dominant species of some of these blooms. Some of them have different toxicity. Some of them are not. They're still harmful ecologically, obviously for the seagrass, but we want to be able, can we detect some of these different species, algal species for it? And finally, be able to characterize better seasonality. Do we see certain species more in certain times? Do they start? What is causing these differences? So to do that, we actually are going to use, we already started, both the drone and in conjunction with St. John's River Water Management District staff. They've been great, very collaborating very closely with us. So we actually fly as you're sampling so that we can have the signature of the hyperspectral signature, and then we can have their water column data. We also have staff actually sometimes on the boats with them collect with the handheld hyperspectral data. So we have exactly, without no interference from the air, what does the signature look like under certain conditions, and then we have the water quality data they collected with it. So we are leveraging and working very closely. So we have completed 4 flights with St. John's. We have done our own flights. We actually have two crews going out, some that fly the drone, and we have a boat crew that actually goes out and looks at benthic condition and gets hyperspectral data from the boat as well. So we have some initial results from that. A lot of this phase 2 really is waiting for the wet season that's about to start so that we can see more of these conditions and likely we have usually more HAB events occurring in the wet season. Not that I want HAB events to occur, but for this study, we are looking at targeting some of those, obviously. And a little bit about the UAS. A lot of interest in our flights has occurred. A lot of people asking what we are doing. So we're actually using an American-made drone, Harris Aerial. Actually, they make this drone in Orlando. And it has about 1 mile effective range, be able to carry about a 10-pound payload. Our sensor is not a small sensor. This is not a hobby drone. So it has a great gimbal system, allows us to actually change for different sensors, but we are focusing on the hyperspectral imaging sensor. And these are, the table below shows you the amount of flights overall. We are planned 40 flights. So we are taking this drone out quite a lot during the wet season, at least once a week, if the weather collaborates, which has been, it's always a challenge. And this is us landing manually the drone. And Andrew? He's actually flying it here, so we'll transition back and forth here.
And it is, in fact, that large. It is about your wingspan out. It's quite fun, especially when it spooks the ospreys. VIId and Green Territorial. So just give you an idea of, so remote sensing is the process of trying to evaluate a surface that you can't touch at that particular instance. You're trying to see what kind of radiation, what kind of reflectance this is giving off. As an example, this is just some urban imagery we collected over the Marker 24 Marina up at Merritt Island. And just give you an idea of just this gray bar is pointing at the, so this is the roadway, the tarmac, lighter asphalt color. And correspondingly in that graph, it reflects a uniformly higher, in this case, it's a lighter color. So white is the reflectance of all light, and black is the absorption of all light. And so you're kind of working between those two mediums. Because when we look at the darker tarmac, you have just a overall lower across the board reflectance. That's the orange. And then we have the St. Augustine grass, which has its own unique kind of color. You can see it jumps up at about between 550, 600 in that green spectrum. So that is the chlorophyll doing its thing, where it will absorb in the blue and red and then reflect the green light. And then we compare it to, for instance, the palm tree crown. You have a slightly different reflectance up at so it's called a near infrared, so things above the 700 nanometer range. And so that's kind of like the warmth that you can kind of feel sometimes in the sunlight. So trees typically don't like to get hot, and they want to reflect that back out. And so another location we flew in Newfound Harbor, also Merritt Island, is just some of the idea of what the open water conditions will look like. And so when we look at this mangrove in open water, it has a similar reflectance to the palm. So you'd expect it, because as vegetation, it's just they very strongly want to get that warmer light away. So they want to stay a little bit cooler. And then we look at the water in the blue, you have a very unique spectrum because it is absorbing in that range. So it's also the sand underneath that has some organic matter, a darker color. It absorbs that. But more importantly, it has some different peaks that differentiate it from the other features. And then we have exposed mangrove roots, which kind of similar to how the tarmac looked like. So you have some, but enough of the difference that you can go and differentiate between each of these. So, and then lastly, some VIIa grass has another unique reflectance. And the idea is that with all these features, each of these pixels is they're about a centimeter wide, have over 240 bands with this information. And we're able to use this to kind of find these specific fingerprints and then identify them, qualify them, and then ideally just very quickly and rapidly cover a lot of ground, being able to explain what we're seeing. So if we transition to another one, we did one flight going out from the shoreline and going from the near side where it's more of your typical sandy sandy sediment with a little bit of organics mixed into it. Then you go a little bit further out and you have your traditional IRL muck, that mayonnaise, that black goopy stuff. But the key thing is when we were flying out here, we were able to identify that there were some differences between the peaks. So controlling for the same depth of water, same characteristics of water, just being a couple, like 100 feet apart from each other, you're able to see that the silty sand reflects a little bit more in that red spectrum. And then the black muck is absorbing specifically in that spectrum. So as we proceed with this project and we get more data points together, we can see if this is a consistent trend across the lagoon. And hypothetically, we may be able to go and use this as a means of rapidly assessing in good quality conditions that aren't blooming and turbid, we could potentially map muck with it. So this is where it gets into the phase 3, and this is going to be kicking off after we get a certain amount of data to start the analysis. And so this graph shows from the handheld hyperspectral sensor from 3 different locations in the lagoon. Blue is Titusville, orange is Sykes Creek, and the gray is in Melbourne. So the Melbourne and Titusville are very much, you would think, are kind of just, they're out in the lagoon. They should be similar. They have a very similar shape to the reflectance, but the magnitude of Melbourne is different in the green spectrum, and then the various little peaks inside of there. So to give you, in comparison, the handheld hyperspectral sensor looks at 1,200 specific points in the spectrum. So it really is looking very finely at that space between the colors that we perceive. And then when you look at Sykes Creek, which in that location we were coming across more Clerpa. It was a bit shallower, but it was also a little bit mucky as well. And so you have this very different spectrum that we could differentiate and see that the benthic conditions are definitely having an impact. And so using this information in conjunction with the St. John's and FWC's monitoring, we want to go and start trying to identify what the fingerprints are, specifically for what is muck, what is Clerpa, can we differentiate between Haliduli and Sirigonium and Clerpa, and then also trying to identify how we can improve the algorithm we have initially. Because what we have is, it's a peer-reviewed, we evaluate a series of peer-reviewed indices, but they don't take a lot of information into account. So there's more information out there that they could potentially use and increase their accuracy. And then with this information, we can apply it back to the existing satellite data we've collected and try to better differentiate the life cycle of the bloom. So where did it start? Who started it? Was it the brown tide, or was it the new picocyanobacteria? And then also with that information, identify, are there bloom triggers? Does it correspond with changes in temperature, a sudden strong gust of wind resuspending muck. And so we have these different things we can then, once we narrow down that whole lagoon to a couple of square miles, it really helps kind of cut down on the variables. And this is one of the big variables we're dealing with, is that, so this is Dr. Ed Flips and Dr. Carrie Lopez, their pair of papers that looked at just the bulk of the data regarding the phytoplankton within the lagoon. And what we know is that each of these blooms, so the 2015 bloom that we saw was at brown tide. And brown tide, it's non-toxic, or for humans, but the shellfish and fish don't enjoy getting their gills all mucked up. So it has a different meaning for how we address it from public health, as opposed to the Pyridinium bahaminase, which has saxitoxins, pseudonychia, which has the domoic acid, which can have direct human health impacts. And it's important to be able to rapidly and quickly put out an alert saying that, maybe don't go in the water today. And then lastly, the bloom that occurred most recently in 2020 was in a completely different species. And so the picocyanobacteria, which are known for their microcystins, which has definitely got a lot of traction in the freshwater lakes like Lake Okeechobee over in Tampa Bay. And microcystins are they do have a direct human health impact that it's good to be able to identify that if a bloom is starting, being able to differentiate between it. And the key thing is, what we've seen thus far is that at least differentiating between the cyanobacteria and what are called eukaryotic, we are seeing a unique fingerprint. So in this graph, the warm colors, the orange and red, are from 2020. They are in different parts of Titusville and Banana River. But you'll notice that there's this bit of a peak, about 550. That's because cyanobacteria have a very unique special pigment, phycocyanin. So it helps with the photosynthesis process, but it reflects very strongly in the blue because it gives the name the blue-green algae. And so what we were able to identify thus far was using the FWRI HAB data that there is a unique difference between the two, and we'll be able to go and identify with this fingerprint if it's cyanobacteria or if it's any of the other species. And so with this information, we can also tease out other details. So looking at the depth, turbidity, SAV presence. So it gives us a lot more tools in the toolbox. So Claudia will just let you know where we're at.
Just to finish up, just giving you a perspective of where we are at on, you don't have to read all this information, but basically we completed the historical. We are about 1/3 of the way through this study. We just, wrapping up the initial dry season sampling. We have actually a little bit more of the dry season sampling happening after the wet season, and really the bulk of the flights and the data acquisition is really about to come now. So we'll have a lot more results with the analysis, like I said, the phase 2 and phase 3, where we are starting to tease all these things apart, is happening the next 6 months. So the results we showed so far are just based on the initial 1/3 or so of the study. And I think that's it. I wanted to thank, FDEP for funding us. St. John's has been great. Like I said, we have worked very, very closely, and we have collaboration weekly with them. FWC has been very kind to also share all their HAB data. So all that information, we are using it, and of course, we appreciate the county for selecting us for this really cool project. And again, QR code everywhere. Is that still? And I think we can have time for questions.
Take questions before the next.
I would there's a lot of science here, and so I really would, if anybody has a question, anyone on the committee has a question for the previous presentation. Laura Lee.
That was fantastic. How far back did you go when you were looking at the historical data for chlorophyll A? How many years?
2015, yes. And the reason for that is just the availability of the sensor. So we try to use as much as we could, because that's how we are learning, since we can use all this historic water quality data and relating it to the imagery.
David.
Thank you for that presentation. I could have endured days of administrative proceedings just to get the redemption that you two have provided today. That was incredible, super exciting
We have
stuff.
another one that's going to be even cooler. But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. That's fantastic. I guess a couple questions. Back on the satellite remote imaging, this is something I talked to Matt about before, but there's been some publication in 2020 by the Koreans. It's I can send you the thing. It's Young-hoon, I think, where they are using SNPP and MODIS together to be able to use satellite imagery to predict and not predict, but see dissolved oxygen content, which is super exciting and would be an incredible addition to what you're doing to be able to get satellite dissolved oxygen. I don't know to what depth. I'll send you the paper, and it would be incredible to fold that in with the blooms and dissolved oxygen. Wow, that would be a winner.
Okay.
The other thing is that when you're talking about having this nice drone, would be if you guys could get, for more local data. One, I'd love to see to use a hyperspectral camera that goes a little bit further than the infrared, but than the one you have. But I don't know that will help much, but it'd be interesting to see what you learn. The other side I was thinking is if you guys can get a Raman spectrometer on there, then we can definitely determine dissolved oxygen locally as you map these things. So I'd love to see adding the sensor payload of a Raman spectrometer onto that baby. So you can collect all that information at the same time.
Just
And
need
I
another
think with a
innovative
10-pound
brand.
with a 10-pound payload, you can add a pizza delivery service too to pay for it. So
It's a little bit more than that, but really, actually, we go pretty far out, so we don't want to we don't want to maximize the payload and lose our payload in the lagoon.
yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, you don't want to leave it more. You don't want to pull the lagoon with a drone.
No.
And then the last thing I wanted to mention is I'd like to talk to you guys afterwards. I've got a friend at Elbit Systems who does image processing, satellite processing, and AI for other purposes, but which might be incredibly, if you combine the image processing and artificial intelligence together for this stuff, I think you're just at the tip of the iceberg of what can be done with the project that you're undertaking.
Yeah, we're collecting vast amount of data. Like I said, we're just starting to get to the processing part.
That's where it's nice to have AI
Yes.
to help. But yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. It's
You're
phenomenal.
welcome.
All right. Yeah, Kimberly, talking about somebody leaning into their lane over here. I think David was giddy. I think that term you can use was giddy with the
Yes,
technology.
that's correct.
Which is awesome, So yeah, all those people out there who don't like those bots that are making your Amazon purchase prices higher, we're actually using those bots for good here. So,
That's true.
all right, good stuff. Thank you. And so I think we now have another presentation, part 2, by Dr. Lindestad and Andrew again.
This one?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, UAV is unmanned aerial vehicles. I called them UFOs, but potato.
UFO pilot sounds better.
Yeah, UFO pilot, that should be on your resume, Andrew.
You said you couldn't identify it.
Exactly. I don't know what it is.
So this is part 2, and really the focus on this is the historical. So we just briefly glanced and said we did historical, we looked 2015 through now, and this is what we did and what we learned from it. So first of all, a little bit on why we picked Sentinel-2 and VIIe. And the big reason for it is that it has basically a chlorophyll fluorescence band for both. One is at 705. That's the yellow is a Sentinel-2, and the Sentinel-3 is at 708. So very close. We can use both of those sensors specifically to look at chlorophyll. They really were designed to look at chlorophyll. One quick point, there actually are multiple sensors in this Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-3, and they have different, depending on the bands, they have different spatial resolution. That's going to be important to show you some of these animations that we did. So for Sentinel-2, it's much higher spatial resolution, between 10 meters and 60 meters per pixel. Particularly here, we're looking at the 20-meter pixel size for the band we're most interested in. For the Sentinel-3, it's 300-meter pixel, so much bigger scale. However, the reason to use it, it fills in some of the gaps between days. So using both sensors, we are able to with cloud cover, probably every 2 days, have an image, hopefully taken from the same location. So the return time is why we're using to be able to have as much temporal coverage as possible. We want to use both. But they both have pros and cons associated with it. It's not going to go into detail here, just for those that are like the technology and what we did, just in big picture, what we did to be able to do this historical analysis. We obviously identified the scenes for both Sentinel-2A, 2B, 3A, and 3B from 2015 through the end of 2021. We processed the data using the European Space Agency SNAP program initially. They make this very much faster. We retrieved the data that corresponded to those particular scenes that we have images for from St. John's. So we looked at the water quality, the chlorophyll A data collected by St. John's and certified, and we looked within 24 hours of the scene. So we were trying to get it right on. So if we had a scene for a day and the data was collected a day, great. If it's collected within 24 hours, we use that data for calibration. And then we basically use regressions of the measured data versus the data, the peer-reviewed, basically algorithm estimated data from the Sentinel to see how close are we. So these are the data we use. Just to give you an idea, for the South Mosquito Lagoon, unfortunately, we only have one station we can use data from. For the North IRL, we have 11. For the Banana River, we have 6. And for the Central IRL, we had 6. And this just map just color codes them by location. See, this is the data, the stations we took data, retrieve data from to be able to do the calibration. And here shows you the number of scenes that we were able to retrieve. And for Sentinel-2 is on your left-hand side. You can see that we have quite a lot of heavy cloud cover that unfortunately eliminates several of the scenes. We have about, I believe, 30% of Sentinel-2 that were usable from all the scenes we looked for the entire years, and about 40% of the scenes for Sentinel-3. As you can see, reason to use Sentinel-3 is that we have a lot more overall scenes, so we definitely want to supplement it using Sentinel-3 data. So this gives you a perspective on that and a distribution between dry and wet season, how many scenes we're able to use for this effort. And these are the results for the calibration. So we calibrated Sentinel-2 data separately than Sentinel-3. For Sentinel-2, this is looking at the graph, what you see here, and the y-axis is what was measured by St. John's, the predicted chlorophyll A, and on the x-axis is the NDCI from Sentinel-2. So that's the algorithm, the estimated chlorophyll from Sentinel-2. And you can see is that we have a very high R-squared using all the data we have, 0.81. So what this means is really our error is about 10.63 micrograms per liter. So using the Sentinel, we are predicting plus or minus 10 micrograms per liter chlorophyll A without having to go out there and measure. So this is bias and Nash are just some statistical error statistics that a lot of remote sensing scientists like to see, and hydrologists like to see. So we reported those, all the errors that you can see. Now using Sentinel-3, remember we had a lot more images to work with. We had an even better R-squared of 0.92. And again, we're using that for the validation, 7.4 micrograms per liter. So that is very, very close. That is a very strong regression for those of you that, have seen the scientific data. When we collect as biologists, I never have a 0.92. I'm happy with 0.6. I'm like, yes, 0.6. So this is very exciting because this allows us now using Sentinel data to very closely predict without having to go out there and wait for the lab and have the man hours to predict what is happening in chlorophyll. So, you want to present this? Come on over and present this. So these are, based on that, this is basically a snapshot of what happened through the blooms, the historical spatial temporal analysis.
So like the weekly reports that you are getting, we applied this to historical, going through with Mark 1 eyeball, just trying to see what the general patterns that are occurring at first glance. And so for instance, this is bloom event 2, so September, November 2017. So this is the 1st of September 2017. The lagoon is nice and green, which means, in this case, low chlorophyll. But once we jump into towards the end of October, you start to see Banana River start to warm up a little bit. And so this helps us to identify that in this period, we know that the bloom appears to be starting to kick off. And then when we jump a little bit further to November, we now see that it is really starting to kind of feed into itself and warm up. And then, so when we look even closer, so the advantage of Sentinel-2 in particular is that with its 20-meter resolution, we have these just fine details that you can see. You can kind of see that there's some, well, it might be a little bit difficult to see up there, but there's some, it's not a consistent bloom. It's not just a giant sheet of algae. It varies in concentration as you go across the lagoon. And more importantly, when we go from January into March, we can see that it appears that the activity, this bloom may have moved out of Banana River into the, so that's where like the break point of where the central north part, the central North IRL, and then the North IRL. So it appears to, like, due to some maybe a flushing effect, or that the algae were able to move through the water column enough that they're now moving out of Banana. And so the other thing is also looking at the barge canal as well, is that it seems that in this situation, the barge canal wasn't necessarily a vector in this situation. That even though there was a strong chlorophyll concentration in northern Banana, it didn't appear like the barge canal allowed it to move through there. So this is an animation, and let's see how well it cooperates. So this is using the Sentinel-3 data, going about, I think, on average 3 to 4 days due to cloud cover, and just showing you in 2020 the general just background conditions, very blue, in this case blue, low concentrations. But if we draw your attention to the area right, oh, sorry about that, spoilers.
Andrew, the white area is area where there was no data
The white area is,
because of cloud coverage?
yes, yeah, the white area over the lagoon. The rest of it is just land or ocean.
Right, yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, the
Yeah.
white area within the boundaries
Yeah.
of the water.
Be
the
no
water.
data. And so what we can see, and so towards the end of July 2020, we have a hit that's just started to kind of pop in this location. So it gives us a point of reference to begin for some future, which we'll be looking into, is trying to look into the potential causes. And again, it did it again. Okay, so PowerPoint animations are tricky. Okay, so if we play from here now, we can see that from July it kind of backs down a little bit, and then we hit August and it starts picking up, but it's very constrained between the two causeways. And so we see some of the compartmentalization effect inside the lagoon. Part of the reason why the various sampling locations are where they are is to reflect that the causeways and they're supporting the soil, it blocks some of the minimal circulation that occurs. And as we continue towards the end of August, we see it now starts moving a little bit more up north into the North IRL. And then finally we get to September, where realistically, over just a couple of days, it just very much kicks off. So it appears that sometime around the beginning of September, something really encouraged it to go. And so we go to the next slide, where we now take it from where it peaked and now to see how it lived and then eventually how it died. So when we start with this, here we go. So Banana River was not the starting point, but it was not immune from the effect. But what's interesting, though, is when you look at Banana River, the southern part was resistant to blooming. So the FWR sampling identified that this was the Picocyanobacteria, and it seems to suggest that there are conditions in the southern part of Banana that, at least for now, were resistant to this bloom. But unfortunately, as we go forward in time, it isn't resistant for long. And so it keeps holding on, but you can see it kind of edge into it a little bit more and more until it pretty much just, this area right in here just gets subsumed. And so what we have is this really interesting occurrence when the bloom starts crashing. So starting in December, you can see North Banana River is bright red. It is blooming away. But what's curious is when you look at how the central banana is clearing up, the algae have pretty much, they've died in that location. And then we look at the southern part, you have a lot of this mixing occurring. So you can see how there's a lot of just texture in that location. And next slide will show you with the Sentinel-2, we kind of dive a little bit closer to that. And then ultimately, it crashes over the course of December. So we know from beginning to end of December is when that bloom definitively ended. And then as we just look at the following imagery, we can see just the lagoon slowly, a little something kicked up beginning of January, but by and large, everything is just working its way back to background conditions. And so that's the advantage of using the Sentinel-3 is that its high revisit period gets around that cloudiness that, as Claudia had showed with we pulled over 1,200 satellite images, and a small portion of them were actually usable for analysis. And just there are so many of them where you look and you just have clouds sitting right on top of the lagoon, and it's like, thanks. So when we go and look at so just another instance using the Sentinel-2 to kind of backfill a little bit. So beginning of September, we can again see some of this texturing in the North IRL. The North IRL is definitely where this bloom really seemed to have originated. And it has a lot of variation, that it's not consistent. It's not some giant uniform algal mat. But then we also look at the Banana River side again, and we can see even better that there's a bit of a swirl to it. So this kind of suggests that there may be a wind-driven current that was mixing in that location, where we may have a more northerly wind or more easterly wind that may have just hit the right way to get the water spinning. And so now we take the statistical approach to identifying kind of the grander patterns from 2015 to 2021. So the Mark 1 eyeball is great for finding those kind of like when the bloom started and some of the little characteristics, but we want to be able to say, are the blooms increasing or decreasing? Is it different than just random noise? And that's the value of using the statistical methods in this case, so the Mann-Kendall trend test for those who may be familiar with it. And what we've identified is when we start looking at each parts of the lagoon, and we start considering which parts of the lagoon increase in bloominess and decrease in bloominess, and which of them are in opposite and opposing, we can see that the North IRL and the southern part of Mosquito Lagoon have a similar pattern of behavior. And so this kind of shapes our future research into looking into what makes these two linked. So we have Haulover Canal, which does hydrologically connect the two basins, but are there any other forces that kind of play there? And then we look at the central North IRL, so between Titusville and Cocoa, you have this other just very well delineated by the boundaries of the causeways, that this is a location that is also increasing in just the chlorophyll concentration. So the idea is the general trend is that it is increasing, and it's increasing significantly. And then we look at the other parts of the lagoon, they aren't significantly increasing, but they are showing an increasing trend. And so overall, the chlorophyll concentrations are on an upward trend across the lagoon. And so overall, part of this is we're trying to differentiate, as we had mentioned prior, that what impact do the SAV, so the Chlorpa, Haliduli, what kind of impact do they have on the signal? Because as they also photosynthesize, they can kind of give a false negative. And so we want to be able to pull those out, make sure we control for the noise. But even so, just looking at these whole sections of the lagoon overall, we can see that there's just a different behavior in the northern part of the lagoon. And that banana, as back in the 2017 bloom that lasted 2 years, it's definitely just these are two different regimes or just situations that need to be just assessed further. And so the next steps for this process, this really ties back into the previous presentation, is that we've now identified where the noise is, where the confounding factors are, and now that we are deploying the UAS, we're going out there with St. John's and then with other stakeholders to collect this data, that we'll be able to utilize to further refine and determine, kind of narrow down, like where are the specific, are there like specific pockets or little cove or alcove where algae kind of just aggregate or just kind of bunch up when there's a strong westerly wind, and trying to find if there's those kind of conditions that lead to a bloom initiating. And so it kind of, it might not necessarily be something similar to South Florida where they have a rapid response where if they detect a bloom they treat with algicide, but it's not. If anything, it lets us, part of this project is, once we start in that weekly report especially, is that once we see that kind of condition occur, it's a trigger for us to go out immediately, the next day and try to figure out and collect that field data that lets us further delineate what's going on. And so the big thing also is that all the data that we're collecting is, we're making it available for anyone who wants to work with us and work with the data set. And at the conclusion of the project, through FDEP in Brevard County, we're making it available to the IRL. I did my master's research on the 2011 bloom, and unfortunately the MERS satellite died halfway through my master's. And it's great when they do that. They do whatever they want. And so the idea is that we want to provide the information as widely as possible, especially going through the symposium and presenting in these environments, to just that this data is available and it's approachable, because when you're looking at spectral data, it sounds fancy, but it's colors. And it's trying to see what we can discern from it. And so this is the QR code yet again, just in case anyone hasn't seen it yet. But yeah, so if we are grateful to be able to present today. It was a lot of fun. It'd be nice if the weather was more cooperative, but it's Florida.
All right. Thank you. Yes. Questions from the committee? David, go ahead, man. Tell us about the bits. Giddy, go.
Sorry, I mean, I guess, so this is super exciting, I mean, you have potentially what will allow us to predict and see a bloom maybe before it starts, as it's starting. And I think then the question is there a way that we could interrupt it, right? Is there a way that we could do something before the bloom gets massive and then you get a big anoxic event and you have a massive fish kill? Is there anything that we can do to change it? Like it's sort of like, I know that these little, cellular algae have messenger molecules they send between each other. Is there a way that we could disperse something that would interrupt their communication pathways to shut them down? Is there a highly selective, way to target them to stop this? Or are we just like, oh, gee, I mean, what's great is that maybe with this real-time monitoring, we begin to see, okay, this region along Merritt Island has done a septic to sewer conversion, and now we see less of this happening, so we can begin to get more real-time feedback on the efforts that everyone's putting in and the civil infrastructure changes that are taking place being beneficial, rather than having to wait and see. But is there something we can do interventionally to stop a bloom?
That might be a staff question. Like I said, South Florida does, they do treatments. I'm not sure, they do algicide treatments based on this information. They are using, I believe, Sentinel-3 just
within Okeechobee.
Within just the lake because of the footprint. But a question, one point that I don't think I mentioned in the presentation, that we are looking at some of the patterns in relationship to some of the particular areas and retrofit projects, or areas that are dense in septic tanks. Are we seeing some correlation to where blooms started? So there's a few hypotheses that we are testing that we didn't want to bog down 20 hypotheses here, but we are looking at some of that. Are we seeing some correlation with some patterns in the watershed that might give us some clues on, do we see a difference now? But that is long-term monitoring, right? Right now, we can just look in the past and look at those 5 years. Not a lot of projects were done in those 5 years, but we can start understanding some of those changes. But that is a great question. I mean, knowing it's coming, knowing that you probably have a leeway, can you do something about it?
Well,
If there's, you can add a little bit of scope to what you're doing to say, hey, here are things that have been done elsewhere that don't have unintended consequences.
Right, the unintended consequences is that. There are things you can do.
And I think, David, and then we'll go to Todd. I think the question, and just to compartmentalize your question, because it's good, does your current grant, does it cover mitigation? Probably not, right?
No.
Okay, so what you guys are doing, which is amazing, is getting that real-time ability, so then organizations like Natural Resources or whatever can have that mitigation plan in place. And so, Virginia, I know you had started to talk.
Thank you. So, we wanted to see what the potential was with this tool. And I think, we're beginning to see we had hoped that we would be able to identify, where blooms start. What is the pathway that they, often take? What are the conditions that go along with that? What are the conditions that make a bloom continue? What are the conditions that make a bloom fizzle? And, tie that back to sources. What sort of source control, are the source controls that we're working on now, are they the best ones? Are there better ones? Or is it the right control, but it would work better in this other location? So we don't know all of the management implications of this until we kind of see what information we can get out of the tool. But definitely, we hope to use this information to reduce sources and reduce blooms in the future. And, if there are interventions, like you mentioned, where we can intercept something before it spreads to the North Banana over tens of thousands of acres of seagrass, then great.
I think one additional thing I'd love to see added into this, and I don't know, maybe we're already doing this well, but, we saw that there's different species of, unicellular algae that showed up suddenly. Do we have, first of all, are there archives of the water being kept somewhere that we can go back and look at? And are we doing a metagenomic analysis of these water samples to make sure we're identifying any new species, the prevalence and population of the existing species, et cetera, and are there variations within the species? Are the species evolving and changing?
And that's Dr. Ed Flips of University of Florida. He's been doing just that for the last 24 years. So he's definitely, that is something, and then with Dr. Lopez also pitching in now, looking at all of those genomics, and they're also, so for instance, like the Picocyanobacteria, they still aren't sure they haven't found the markers for it. They're doing the environmental RNA, and they're trying to figure out trying to fingerprint it. But it's definitely ongoing research, and Dr. Flips has been he's been down here pretty much every single month for 24 years to sample. And so it's definitely research out there. Now it's just a matter of integrating it all.
I'd love to get some contact info on him as well, because, you can do metagenomic analysis now in the field, with these tools that are available. So it's, uploaded to the supercomputer, of course, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. Thanks. This is really exciting stuff.
Todd, did you, and then Kimberly?
Yeah, along those same lines, though, and I think obviously seeing our results would be wonderful, but just like any type of long-term investment, particularly whether it's infrastructure or environmental, it's going to take some time for some of those projects to really manifest. But along those lines, is there, or have we looked at, I guess looking back a little bit of a historic analysis, so even using this data to look at those contributing factors for some of the linkages that may be contributing to what you're observing on the bloom levels, because that may start along those same lines. It's not as perfect as knowing that our results are truly being that impactful, but it might help, I think, to Virginia's comments, refine those targets for projects if we can truly understand a more direct, we're using a pretty crude numerical analysis just with mass loading, right? But if we could use that data to at least understand a more causal relationship related to, location and mass and type of events, because things like, by and large, septic is going to be a pretty continuous source, right? So if you're not seeing, seasonal variations and things, then it may be more septic related, where a lot of your storm and yard applications, that things are going to have more seasonality to them. So I think there's probably some well, I'll call them simple, relatively simple analysis on connecting some of those causal relationships to this more robust data set that may offer some better insight for us to prioritize work.
I agree. I do think we first have to tease out some of the other, contributors, the benthic. We need to make sure that we can take that when it's calorpa that we're not showing. And we have done some other analysis that preliminary that we didn't show here because we want to get more data before.
So you got to do that
so-
first, but we
Yeah.
need to
to
wait
tease
till like
that
next
out so we
month
know
or something.
exactly that's the right signal. That's the next step. But yes, there's a lot of variability, right?
Okay, 2 months.
Temporal, spatial. You don't want to make just misconceptions on.
Sure.
We are seeing, something here that comes in and off and on in a particular location and just make the assumption because it's a
Sure,
septic
it's easy to
sewer
draw a
retrofit.
conclusion that's
Yeah.
not really the
Co-
causal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Kimberly.
I was similarly just going to respond to what Todd said, and then you kind of answered already, but I was curious if there was any basic data overlays, just with events that we've known have occurred, leakages, spills, those kinds that correspond with the actual bloom.
We haven't done that yet.
It is this summer, when it rains, we'll be crunching numbers.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, if-
just because you have the
so-
time, you mean, on your hands?
No,
Going back
because
to 2015. I
typically,
would
those
imagine-
events happen in the summer. I think part of it is we do have some rapid response UAV budget. So for some events, it could be that we are seeing something is happening, or maybe we want to look, so that's at the county's discretion, what they want to do to get us to do a rapid response flight. So we could, let's say there's a huge, if that's one of the goals, as a massive spill, do we want to do a rapid response and see if we're seeing signatures 48 hours afterwards, 24 hours afterwards, something could be done? Or it's a rapid response to seeing a start of the bloom. We're seeing it with a sentinel. We want to go out there and be able to get more defined. So we do have a few of those.
Future would be great, but I was even just asking historic data, just
Oh.
anything that we already know there was a spill in any,
Like when we had that
from the
big hurricane hit
2015.
in 2017,
Irma.
when we had to open, or when I shouldn't say we. And again, well, and not we as in we, but I think, and David, when our question, we throw around the word we a lot, but there's lots of entities. But when wastewater opened up the valve near Indian Harbor Beach, do you guys have satellite data from that time? Kimberly, I think that's what your question is, right? To be able to specifically crunch that time and see if that resulted, or the one in Titusville with the pipe break, when was that, 2021?
2020.
2020.
Yeah, we have we've been working closely with Virginia to identify all the potential events that added nutrients, and we will be
looking at
going through, so knowing when the event occurred, and then looking at the pre, post, or pre, during, and post, and trying to see what's happening.
so that is already part of what your data will bring back to us at some point?
Perfect soundtrack.
Right?
But yeah, there will be a.
So that is covered in your expenses in this grant right now, this project, this.
Come on.
Yeah, there'll be a final report that'll be performed, and I believe our intent is to have it ready by May.
I think she's just saying, is it covered as a task that we're doing
Yes.
some of that?
So we will have data points on, there was an occurrence and this is what happened after that based on your data.
Based on which events you want us to look at. I mean, if there's very small and there's small canal, we do have a 20 meter pixel footprint. So if your canal, like the Indian Harbor Beach is a good example, I actually watched it happen. It's a pretty small canal, so we don't have, it would have to be probably the
have to
Grand
spread
Canal.
beyond the canal
Yeah, it would have to be
for
the Grand
this to
Canal
pick it up.
before we pick it up.
Well,
But we have a list of
events.
questions, hypotheses for them to test, And so we'll need to go back through that. I don't remember spills specifically. We talked about outfalls and whatever, but we may be able to
Change.
I'll talk, because that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
It's a
if
good
we can-
idea, especially if there's some that it's in the open lagoon would be better.
And I would imagine if obviously we're using superpower cycles or supercomputer cycles, so it would be more resources. But even if we could expand it beyond just the canal, because let's say there is a bloom just in that canal that we can't pick up due to the spatial or temporal. I just love using those terms around, make me sound smart, between space and time. But if we expanded that research anyways beyond that specific area, I think that would definitively allow us to say, there wasn't, any big blooms created because of that event, rather than
Right.
just looking specifically in that area where it started.
Right. Correct.
Yeah.
And really looking at the water quality stations, they might be, 3 miles away from that. You would never pick, and might have been collected a month later after the spill. So that is the benefit of using this, is being able to
Yeah, so maybe you
pinpoint.
fill in that area.
Fill in the
You find
gap.
the closest water sensor between there and the canal,
Yeah.
and then your difference of time, something like that.
Yep.
But that's awesome. David?
Sorry, I had other things for scope expansion that. we don't have to do
I was thinking my scope was getting this big.
But, between maybe ultra-high resolution satellite imagery, if it's available, and/or drone, right?
Yeah, that's
The
the
question is,
question. I'll let you answer that one.
could we be using these to find, one, floating dead manatees, okay? I mean, I've had to go out and take one by the tail and send it off to FWC myself on my jet ski when I saw it there, but being able to go out them for autopsy or whatever, know that they're there so that we can retrieve them, and at higher resolution, doing, you can count cars in a parking lot. Can we do fish kill counts? Can we see that when we have a fish kill, can we either use I know we can't get it with satellites too far away, but maybe with the drones at a certain elevation, can we start doing image processing to say, wow, we've lost 10,000, 5,000, 50, whatever it is, floating in this area for additional future little fun projects.
Lots of applications for
Yeah.
salt, time, and money.
I think the thing is, the tool is exciting.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big thing. And for us to be able to focus our projects on an area that we constantly see a bloom happen, or be able to see how well one of our projects does, I think it's huge. And just to remind those, again, that haven't been following the process from the beginning, the plan was created after a huge harmful algal bloom. It has the word harmful in it. And that was one of the big focuses of the plan. Obviously, it's not the only focus. But I think to have this tool, after we decided we wanted to fix our lagoon and focus on those blooms, I think that's super crazy progression. So that's awesome. So thank you all for your work. Yeah. So any other questions?
I was going to have one more comment, which is just that, which I mentioned earlier, a public opinion, well, gee, what's going on? I don't see any progress. The lagoon still looks mucky. Are we still, is anything happening? I think having tools like this that can more real-time analyze and see changes could help give public confidence that things are happening. And I realize you've got a whole cause-effect issue that has to be dealt with, as to the earlier comment, but it would be great to have these sort of remote sensing tools to see this areas are looking better, or they're trending better versus not, compared to historical data. And the fact that all this data has been recorded historically can really give us a leg up in being able to establish that cause-effect. So I think it's super exciting and helps answer a public opinion problem as to, well, when am I going to, it's like they want to get the oil change in their car, like the lagoon, but it's these big systems don't respond that way. It took 50 years to get it this way. It's going to take, decades plus to return things to as they were. But it'd be great to be able to see that incremental progress. So I'd love to see this turned into a tool to know that this is working, this isn't.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lindestedt and Andrew, for your presentation.
You're
Very exciting. It's 11:27, and so we are close to our 3-hour limit.
Which is what I was going to make a motion, that we extend by 30 minutes before we start the next presentation.
Before we start the next presentation?
Yeah, because it's 11:30, right?
Yes, but you want to extend it, you want to take a 30-minute break?
No.
Oh.
I want to extend the meeting by 30 minutes before we start the next.
You want to make the motion before we start the next presentation? Got you.
I did not want to interrupt the presentation to make the motion.
I agree. That was exciting.
you.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to extend the meeting 30 minutes. Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Lorraine.
Chair, I have to leave in about 15 minutes, or actually 10 minutes now, so I don't
Okay.
want to, make everybody think that I'm just taking off, but I do have to go.
Okay, thank you.
July at 12.
Okay, well, I do believe, okay, well, you know what, let's go. Let's push through this. We'll get out of here. And we have at least one presentation, so let's go ahead and go 30 minutes, and then we'll deal with that later. Two presentations, yes, thank you. So all those, okay, any discussion? Sorry, any discussion other than what we've had? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Any public comment? Good, everybody's excited to stay another 30 minutes in the public. So we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. So we'll go ahead and go with our next presentation, which is Winds and Topographic Controls on the Connectivity in the Northern IRL by Dr. Mingsheng Zhang, who's an associate research professor Harbor Branch Oceanic Institute at FAU. And let me just say, he has been logged on the Zoom during the whole meeting. So thank you very much, Dr. Zhang, for sitting through all this fun that we're having.
You're welcome.
Okay, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, so can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, so let me see. So can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't hear anything. So can you see my screen, please?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he can't hear us. Yes, we can hear and see.
Yes, sir. We can
Okay.
see and hear.
All right, thank you. Okay, so thank you for inviting me on Virginia, and glad to be here. And good morning, everyone, and thank you for listening to my talk. And I think this is quite relevant. Sound like very exciting to talk about this remote sensing, and some of these things I think could be relevant to this modeling exercise. So basically today I'm going to talk about a little problem we call water residence time and connectivity. I changed the title a little bit, but the point is that so water residence time and connectivity are two closely related concepts. So when we talk about water residence time, we ask questions, say, if we think about a particular body of water and then how long the water can stay in it. And for example, if you think about like some of the broom you just saw, in say middle of the Banana River, and how long they can stay there when they leave, and where do they go? So that would be the connectivity question. And so in the Northern IRL, as you can see from the image on the right, okay, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse here. So the red area, basically, we know that's a very long residence time there. The water can stay there for a long time. But at the same time, we also know, from what you just see that, there's a lot of sub-basin that connected through some narrow canal and some, like a causeway, the gap between bridge, things like that. So they're sort of connected. So the question is that how exactly they, work. So we want to look at this thing in on the local scale. So to address this question, so we'll use something we call numerical modeling. And so for those of you are not very familiar with the model, so here is kind of the quick rundown on what we are doing. So numerical modeling, basically, we're using very complicated computer code to solve equations. So we're talking about equation, ocean movement, biological growth, and seagrass growth, and things like that. So in order to do that, we'll need to resolve this so-called temporal and spatial detail. So that means we'll need to have very high resolution to resolve spatial, topography and coastline, things like that. At the same time, we also need to have very high temporal resolution to resolve some of the complicated process happening from the, say, tidal scale to all the way intertidal or subtidal and monthly or seasonally. So all these things together. So that means altogether we'll need quite a bit of computing power. So we usually use so-called high-performance computing. So it's be a cluster machine or be it like a supercomputer. So once you have a model, then the numerical model can be a useful tool. One of the upside about modeling is that it's really cost-effective, relatively speaking. And at the same time, you can run the model all the time, back and forth. So you can use it to, diagnose the problem for current what's happening now and historical events, things like that. And if the model performs well, you can also use it to predict what happens in the future. So, but before we do that, we'll need to make sure model behaviors. So we'll need to have real data to constrain the model. And when the result come out, we also need to have some kind of careful interpretation because, model is model. It's not a real world. So there's a lot of uncertainty there. There's a lot of issues that come with the model or limitation, you may want to say. So, but, once you have confidence with some kind of model, then the application actually potential is a lot. So we're talking about we can resolve physical problems, tide, current, sea level, and climate change maybe. And then we can talk about biological problems, let's say water quality and harmful algae bloom, for example, what we are very interested here. And you can also look at the carbon cycle and many other things. So, and on the ecosystem side, you can look at seagrass, larvae transport and recruitment, and some of more complicated food web model can do many other things. So so today we're going to focus on this so-called physical model. So this is the model domain in the middle. You can see. So basically, it covers the entire lagoon and some coastal ocean. So now we know we focus on the lagoon, but coastal ocean can be quite important because some of the coastal process can actually affect what's happening in the lagoon, even though we only have very limited connection with the ocean. So it's, we'll say, like 5 or 6 inlets, and there's also, so the Kennedy Space Center, there's there's a lock there, so sometimes open. So, for example, the Gulf Stream, we know Gulf Stream is very close and offshore, so talk about 20 or 30 miles offshore here. So when Gulf Stream come and they actually can have a significant impact. We'll see some of it later. So now for this model domain, we'll need to split them into a lot of shells. So we're talking about here in my current model, horizontally we have about 150,000 gray shells. So the cover mostly focused on the lagoon. And even so, it's not enough. We're talking about a resolution, highest resolution with about 120 meters. So that can barely resolve some of the channel, and we can resolve most of the inlet. For example, like all our canal, we just heard that, it's very narrow, about 50 meters or 60 meters. So it's, we have to check, some configuration in order to make sure we can work that way. And then vertically, we also spread them into 10 layers. So now lagoon is really shallow. So 10 layers oftentimes is enough to resolve vertical structure. So it's one thing that even for the lagoon, so shallow water, sometimes you can see some vertical structure. So now if we put all it together, we're talking about 1.5 million grid shells for the model. So that's a lot, require a lot of computing power to run it. So hopefully, we can have more computing power down the road. We can do more with the higher resolution. So anyway, so in order to run the model, we'll need to, I forgot to mention. So in order to, one thing about it is that we need to resolve the symmetry and coastline. So you can see here, So this is focused on the northern isle. The water is very shallow, so some of it's a really narrow passage. So we hopefully, this kind of resolution can help us to resolve this feature to some degree. So now, in order to run the model, we'll need to add in all the forcing, river, and wind, heat flood, and precipitation, evaporation, things like that. And we also need to have so-called open boundary condition, the OBC here, and tide. So when we say open boundary condition, it's mostly Gulf Stream here. So then altogether, and then we can run it. And for now, what I'm showing here is the 1 year simulation for the 2015. That is beginning of some of the remote sensing information we just saw. So again, as I said, in order to make sure a model behave properly, so we've done quite a bit work to with so-called calibration or validation of the model. So here's some example we did. So for example, like tide, we compare the tidal amplitude. We compare the phase. Tidal phase is a little bit harder to predict. So it's doing less well as compared to the amplitude. But the results seem like are reasonably okay compared with data. And then we also try to compare water level. So that's one important factor for us in order to understand the connectivity and the water residence time, in fact. So we have 3 stations that has some historical record. So this is 2 stations outside. 2 stations are inside the lagoon, and there's one, this is Chittenden Pier, actually is outside the lagoon. As you can see, the blue line, the tidal current is much stronger. And the other 2 inside the lagoon, the water level, it's mostly subtidal. So tidal effect is pretty low. But if you compare the model and the data, you can see that it sounds like they agree well. So pretty hard to see the model is green line here, and the data, the subtitle data is red line here. So there's some areas so we still, having a hard time to try to completely capture the dynamic. So now we also compare one thing that I mentioned in the beginning, that the connection between the subbasins. So luckily we have a UHF station at the whole Lava Canal, so that measure the transport. So we try to compare model and data. And we split them into subtidal and tidal band. So it sounds like model is doing a good job to capture that as well. So there's many other comparisons we have done, but to show some of this, relatively good aspect of it. So now once you have the model, sound like behave reasonably well, you can use the model to actually trying to do something, to learn something. So here what I'm showing first is that kind of daily mean sea level for the whole year, 2015. So now that means all the tidal information has been removed. So what we are seeing basically is the subtidal information. So this is a little animation. I apologize, I forgot to plot the wind on top of it. So what you're seeing is that basically the water level in the change in the lagoon, you can pretty much split them into 2 parts. Okay? So one part is mostly actually driven by the Gulf Stream. When the Gulf Stream getting closer to the land, to the lagoon, it basically raises up the water level in the entire lagoon, pretty much. And now when Gulf Stream retreats and the water level in the lagoon will more or less on its own. So now that's where the wind comes in. So wind will push water. If you think about around, so you think about it comes the north wind, so wind will push the water to the south. So now you can see from this example here, the response sounds like pretty coherent throughout the lagoon. So now what happens if you have the wind come from the south? So now the response is still very strong, and you can see actually some of the water can come all the way from maybe Fort Pierce and Vero Beach there. So that's the long travel, as long as the wind are persistent and continually blowing toward the northeast. And however, now the connectivity here actually happening. If you look at, for example, Mosquito Lagoon, it's more or less disconnected from other part of the lagoon because the canal is too narrow and the wind direction doesn't favor water move through that canal. So the response is not uniform. But nevertheless, the wind effect is very important. Okay. So now let's look at a little bit closer to our original question for this. We're talking about local response. So basically, the question is how do wind interact with the local bathymetry and coastline? So here I'm using a little tool called particle checking. So you can imagine if you, it's something like drifter. If you release a drifter in the lagoon, and then you have GPS with it, then you'll be able to check the drifter position and movement. If you have a bunch of sensor, say biological sensor on it, you can even, along the way you can log, water quality, chlorophyll, and many other things. So now we can do the similar thing with the model. Again, the advantage with the model with it, we can do it pretty much for free. Once you have a model, you can run all the time. So we use something called virtual particle. You can imagine water particle is, water parcel is a particle. And then it's virtual, and it's neutrally flowing, and basically they move with the water. And now, of course, if you want to think about, say, larvae or other phytoplankton, they move with the water, but they have other things we need to consider, growth and larvae, for example, if they find some prey they prefer, they may settle. So they become much more complicated. So right now we are talking about a pure water particle. So, and we can release thousands of them. And you can do a periodical release, and in this case, I'm talking about we release them once at the beginning, and then we continuously check the location and movement, and of course, in the end, we'll be able to visualize and do some analysis with them, with the data. So here's an example for the Banana River. So this is the area we talked about. In the middle of the Banana River, you can see the Cape Canaveral here, canal, and then at 520 here. I think this is a barge canal, so it's very narrow, but it's actually outside of the area. So now what you are seeing here is a bunch of particles are released, and the color will mean the location. And I also plot a wing here, so basically the arrow, the length of the arrow will means the strength of the wing, and the direction, obviously, its direction. So let's give it a go. Can you see it? Hope you can see it. So I think if you look at this thing, it's more like a pinball. If we all play when we were kids. So basically, you think about all the ball move around. But very quickly, you can realize that in the first thing, the water in this area is pretty much restricted. The reason is that there's too narrow, opening here between the bridge. So what the water response is that if you have wind, let me play this again a little bit. So basically, when you have wind come from the south, okay, so then the water will mostly go around the edge toward the north, right? So that's simple. But now, once they reach the bridge, they can't go through. Well, some of them can escape, but most of them had to turn in the middle. So that very soon you find out that you're seeing two shells here, okay? And now when wind comes from the north, similar thing happens. It's just in the opposite direction. The two shell is still there. It's just now we're going on the opposite direction. So this is the June case. So when wind mostly coming from the south, so you can see from the historical, arrow of the wind here. So that means that these two shell actually quite dramatic. You can see, very clearly. So now we can do the similar thing with September. Okay, so same location, initial release, and then keep checking them for 1 month. You can see that now the similar pattern actually happening. It's a little bit messier. because the wind now come from, north and south, back and forth. So that makes a little bit the pattern that clear. But nevertheless, over 1 month here, you can see pretty similar shell structure there. And then there's also leak now, of course. And the leak will be, some of them will go to the north, some of them go to the south. But within 1 month, it's very limited. So now I can look at a different area. I'm trying to play all the different games. So now if we look at a different area, so this is the northern part of the northern IL. If we do this, and you can see the similar thing. So in June, the wind mostly coming from south, and you can very quickly you can see now we are seeing 3 shell here. So one of the bigger ones is sitting on the northern part of the basin, and then there are 2 others, so more or less going on the opposite direction. Now, when wind comes from, in the June case, wind come from the south, there's a lot of particles actually leaking to the north to the Mosquito Lagoon. Okay, but none of them actually go into the southern part of Mosquito Lagoon. So what about the September case? It initially it looked very similar like the June case, but there's a kind of strong wind event, north wind event in the middle, and very quickly it messed up the whole structure. And now you're seeing quite some particle actually leak toward the southern part of the northern IL. And so there's still significant leak going to the Mosquito Lagoon. So we can play a similar game with Mosquito Lagoon, but you're seeing now it's a very different pattern now. June and September, and there's a lot of the particle actually in the Mosquito Lagoon can actually move toward the north. So that's the interesting thing about this is that it sounds like a lot of them are going escape from the eastern side of the Mosquito Lagoon. And so there's some can go into the northern IIL as well when we talk about September. So September, both case actually, southern part of Mosquito Lagoon, if you look carefully, there's quite some water particle can stay there for a relatively longer time. So now we want to do this it's all very exciting and interesting, but from the science point of view, we want to be more quantitative. So what we did that we can count all the particles. So we divide up the area, for example, like the Nile River, into southern of shell, and then we count any particle that fall into the shell over a particular period. So in this case, we are looking at say 1 month, and we count all the particles go in there, and then we add them up. So the total number will be a kind of indicator the resin time of that particular location. So we're talking about say, the higher number will have longer resin time, and those blue areas, basically, particles just come and go. They don't really stay there. So even though from the animation that it's a little bit misleading, you see particle mostly move around the edge, but there's the time to stay there actually pretty short. And those center of the shell, the particle can stay a very long time. So you can see that once particle get into the shell and the center of the shell, they have a hard time to escape. So we talk about Banana River, and that particular subbasin, we have 2 shell, and then the Northern Isle has 3 shell, and then Mosquito Lagoon, there's not much shell there. But so this is September case. So, but we do see some escape here. For example, in June, we have some particles go toward the northern part of the Banana River Lagoon. In the northern IL, we see particles go into the Mosquito Lagoon. So September case, you can do similar thing, and Banana River, you can see pretty coherent 2 shell again. And then now Northern Isle is a little bit more complicated. So now there's more particles can escape into the southern part of the Northern Isle or Mosquito Lagoon. So for the Mosquito Lagoon, so particles can go both into northern part of the Mosquito Lagoon or into the Northern Isle. So this is some information. So now if we want to summarize, so we're talking about a few things. To me, it sounds like most important take-home message is that those, the bridge, the barrier underneath the bridge, actually it could be quite important. So anyway, so if we, in terms of scientifically, we talk about water retention time largely depend on wind, but the coastal process can be quite important. And then within the subbasin, so now this is important because even for a very small subbasin, there can be some kind of transient, structure developed, depending on wind condition. Something like eddy, that can trap the particle inside of eddy. So if we are looking at some of the short-term things, for example, like fish larvae, larvae stage only a couple of weeks. So that can be something, important to consider. So now, of course, all the subbasin more or less are connected. So right now, what I'm showing is we're only talking about 1 month. So it's very short-term thing. So over long term, 2 months, 3 months, so they more or less connected. But then how they connected is oftentimes depending on the wind. Okay, and so again, so just want to say I think this information or this kind of tool can be useful for understanding the. So for example, what we just saw in the previous presentation, you have a patch of bloom. Somehow, started in the Banana River. So where they go, how far they go, how long they can move up, how long they can clear out. So those kind of things I think would be useful for us to look at using this as a tool. But again, so I want to caution that this is we're looking at the pure water movement. So when it comes to the biology or chemistry or water quality, so there's a lot of other factors that can play an important role. And I think that's all. Thank you for. I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Great presentation. Okay, so we have 6 minutes. We can do questions. We may have to extend it a little longer, but does anybody, and let me just remind, I think it was a great presentation. If you have a question that might be a personal question or additional one that may not be important for the committee to hear, or else please reach out. But I want to allow everybody to have a question or speak out if they need to. So is there any questions? David?
Yeah, I have some questions. I think it's really great work. It's important work because I think your work could help answer. We know that the historical mixing has been stopped in many ways by our structures. One, we could determine how much we need to open the causeway bridges to be able to return some of the historical mixing, which would help hopefully dissipate some of the blooms more quickly. And then the second question I'd throw at you as a possibility is, while we look at that answer, is there the possibility you might want to think about, could we create structures, like could we add physical structures that when the wind and or currents, little tidal currents we have, or the wind hits these structures, we can actually induce additional mixing. So let's say we actually add some structures, a concrete bunker in some way, that when dominant winds hit that structure, it produces a directional current additive to the system to be able to, if we can't fix the causeway, can we actually put something there that will use this to improve the situation as a little maybe side project you might think about?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me answer the first question. So so it sounds like from this little exercise we're seeing is that it sounds like those bridge and those barrier underneath those bridge actually can be quite important thing we need to consider. But again, I want to say even without the bridge, for example, the example I'm showing here for the northern IRL. So that is the relatively northern part of northern IRL. I'm getting a little confusing here. So that even for that, the relatively larger basin, water can move around freely. But when you come to the wind, they can produce their own structure, because of the coastline. So that will be something, harder to change. So so I think some of the things, for some of the smaller basin, I think some of the, model exercise, we can definitely try to do some testing, but come to actually how that thing can help with some of the problem, I'm not exactly sure. So then come to the second question. I think it's, in a sense, it's a similar question. So you want to create some kind of structure to make sure that when depending on wind condition, that if we can do something with balloon development or kind of interfere with the balloon development or water quality problem. So I don't know. Again, so the main thing about this thing, one of the restrictions of this lagoon is that it's too narrow. So and that's the thing. So because once you have a narrow coastline, and you some kind of structure inside of the lagoon, and you can do a lot of things for engineering, but I'm not an engineer. But in the coastline, it sounds to me it's a bigger factor. And so now we heard some of the people, other people like FIT people, trying to open up the Kennedy Space Center, that lock, thing like that. So they're doing some other tests. So that's all a different idea, but how those things actually play out once you come to the real world. So there's a lot of issue a lot of things we need to do.
Okay.
I think, sorry, I really didn't answer your question.
No, that was good. More to come. I like that. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. I loved the model. It reminded me of traffic on I-4 for a little bit. So that was really cool. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Okay. It's 11:50. Thank you. Okay. We've got 1 minute, 11:59. Would anybody like to make a motion? I think we should do 30 minutes. I don't think we'll need to do it again, but I think we should do an additional 30 minutes. Is there a motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion to extend 30 minutes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right. So thank you, everybody. Todd, please.
But to note, I'm just like Courtney, I'm going to have to probably leave in about the next 5 to 10 just to make a prior commitment.
Okay. Carol, can you please, if we run under a quorum, just let me know. Just stop me and let me know, and we just won't be able to make any votes.
I'm the alternate for tourism, so I assume I can vote for David.
You would, but if Todd leaves and Courtney, that's one whole lane gone. But we should still have 6 lanes. Okay. So if we leave 2 more lanes, Todd, lock the door on your way out, and Sir Stephanie, no one else can leave. All right. So we'll go ahead and go with our next presentation. I understand these are long meetings, everybody, and I want to tell you how appreciative I am, and how appreciative I think the community should be of the time that we put in here. So it is really important work. Okay, so we will go ahead and go with our next presentation. The Brevard County half-cent sales surtax internal audit, 2020 internal audit. I've got Jill Reyes and Rob Broline, but I don't think Rob's here. Okay.
No, I have Jamie Barty with me. She's a supervisor with RSM.
Great, thank you. All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I know that we had a little bit of fun between the administrative and now the audit, so thank you for getting back into your finance hat and thinking about some of the questions that we talked about earlier when Crystal was up here. We came before you, you'll recall, in March to talk about the status of the 2020 audit, and then a few days later went before the commission to, it was discussed at a commission meeting that we attended about the status of the audit. So Jennifer Murtha apologized for not being here today. She is out of the country, but we didn't want to delay the issuance and presentation of the report, so you get me. As Virginia mentioned earlier, too, this report has gone before the audit committee. It went April 20th, I believe, and then on Tuesday, it was approved on consent by the commissioners. So high-level overview of what's in this report on page 1 is our timeline. just to show this committee, you've seen us before. I think this is my 7th time before you, and this is the 5th audit presentation that we've made. And you can see the status of the 2020 audit on this page as well. High-level executive summary. This fund and this committee and the audit process are governed by Ordinance 2016-15. You can see on the right-hand side the procedures that we performed. We did confirm 100% of the collections for 2020. That information is available online through the state's Department of Revenue website, so you can do that on your own if you choose to do so. We also selected 30 out of 58 active projects, and we did expenditure testing, which was almost an 84% sample size, which if you've ever been audited, that's actually very large for an audit sample size. We received that information directly from the County Finance Department, and those payments and payment support records are also available on the County Finance's website. So we do typically work with Crystal in the department to get the information that's housed in the department, but it's also available online. And then we also tested 20 out of 60 vendors outside of the municipal interlocal agreements and tested those for procurement because we have looked at those municipal agreements previously. And that covered 92% of the non-municipal expenditures. This is just, you've seen this before. This is a department's graph on the revenues and where the surtax fund stands. And this is the results of our collections testing. Again, we confirmed 100% of that through the department's website, and we had no exceptions to that testing. We also received those records from County Finance, so and it flows through the county's external audit that is performed every year. On page 5 and 6 are the results of our expenditure testing. I'm just going to scroll over to my notes. To just give you a little bit of context, there was $11 million roughly spent in 2020 fiscal year, and earlier today, I think the number for fiscal year to date 2022 was just a little over $8 million. So just thinking about what was happening in 2020, the expenditures were lower during that period as a result of probably the pandemic and other things that were going on. We did agree that $11 million number to the annual comprehensive financial report, which is the audit that is done at the county finance office. And again, we tested 58 active projects. There's a lot of information on these pages, but you can see the attributes that we tested for those expenditures. We did get a copy of the contract. We did check the corrected contract values were not exceeded. We looked for the task orders for this specific project because you have vendors that work on multiple projects. We looked for the invoice support, the proof of payment documentation, the reimbursement package, and then in general that it was an allowable expense, which basically means it's tied back to your project plan that you all approve and then it gets approved by the board. I will mention that earlier when Crystal was giving her report, you were asking about whether or not municipal contracts are tested. That is not a part of the scope of our audit because we are not authorized to audit municipal records through the course of this audit. However, there is a form in those reimbursement packages that the municipality has to complete, and there is a question on there that says that they affirm that they followed their policies for proper procurement. So, if the county wishes to look into that further, then I think that the board has to ask for permission. There's a whole process for right to audit that the county attorney's office can go through. There are a lot of notes in here too, because as you can imagine, there are several methods of procurement allowed, and there are also different ways that the county performs expenditures. But all payments go through county finance, and there's a whole approval process for that. There are historical audits around that process. And all contracts and procurements also run through central services. So in the appendix of this report, you'll see a several-page process map or flow chart that kind of walks through the whole process from start to finish. And you can see all the interactions between the departments and what happens, what goes into actual procurement, payment, and approvals. We mentioned that because segregation of duties is a really big control, internal control for all audits, and not any one transaction starts and finishes in one department. We didn't have any exceptions to our expenditure testing, although there are a lot of things to say about it, and that's because you have several different types of expenditures, again, in the different projects. We also, as we mentioned, looked at procurement. We got, again, this was taken from the expenditure listing that we received from County Finance, and we looked at 3.7 of the $4.1 million of expenditures that were outside of the municipal contracts. The 20 vendors are listed on page 7, and you can see from the notes below that there is a lot of flexibility in how contracts are procured. And so we tried to give you a little bit of information around how each vendor was procured and the documentation that we looked at. We did this testing directly with central services, so we were looking for approved purchase orders, that the purchasing thresholds, again, were approved. There was no bid splitting or to avoid competitive solicitation. We looked at the procurement method and the contracts. One of the things I will mention is that all of this is housed in the county central services contract management system, or CMS, so that is also available. And then there are just a few appendices here to walk through what's included in the ordinance, the makeup of this committee, and the project plans, and then the process map that I mentioned. Let me just double check to make sure I don't have any other notes on something I wanted to mention. Nope, that's it. So hopefully we were able to answer some of the questions that came up earlier, but happy to go through the other questions of the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Stephanie.
In other audits, what is a typical percentage of, this seems very high to me, especially the 91.6. I mean, that's almost 100%. You did 100% of all of the revenue that came in.
We did.
And then 80, what was it? 83, almost 84%. I mean, that just seems very high. Other audits that I've seen from municipalities are what, maybe 40, 50, 60% at the most?
Well, usually we'll pull a statistical sample that's
Right.
based upon monetary units in the financials, right? So I can't give you a typical sample size, but it generally doesn't go above 25%. We try to diversify the sample to large transactions, random transactions, but I can get you our,
No,
policy,
I
but
just,
yeah.
I wanted
Part of the
people to
reason-
understand
yeah.
the scope of this, that this is a very large sampling. It's not, your typical 25%.
Right, and I forgot to mention too that when we pulled the projects and the expenditures, if there was one contractor that had multiple payments, we looked at all of those payments. So that was also part of the process. And I think we probably expanded the sample size a little bit judgmentally because we knew that we had missed the audit and it had come before you late.
Okay,
Thank you.
Susan?
Just a couple questions. I know in July of 2021, it was supposed to be presented, the audit. I guess just as a committee, like what can we do to prevent it from happening again? Because it was supposed to happen July 6th of 2021. I compared this audit to the previous audits, and this audit, there wasn't a project summary. Is that just because it was a different audit, or?
I don't have the prior audit with me,
Okay.
but I can answer that. But basically, we provided you with a lot more information here, where we we gave you the contract names and all the specific details. We don't usually put those tables in our reports, but again, we wanted to be transparent in what was tested and those results. But we have those you're talking about the project plan.
Yeah, it's a project summary. I can email it to you. It
Oh,
just basically
okay.
says the remove, reduce.
Oh, yeah, that's all. None of that is audited. That's all unaudited information that comes from the public record information that's available on the plan. That comes before to this committee every month. So we can just adjust what goes into the unaudited overview section. There's a lot of information in here.
And then for Sarah, on this, it said Appendix A, Ordinance 2016-15. It had talked about on the ballot for the voters, you would have an annual audit as well as citizen oversight. So my question for legal is, are there any repercussions since we missed the audit, or now that we've made it up? Does it have to be on a timely schedule, or?
I mean, at this time, I'm not aware of any like enumerated repercussions. I don't think that there was any language in the ordinance that.
Okay. And then just one more question. Is it standard practice for a CPA, in your experience, for like to have interaction with the client on like samples? Like if I say, pretend I'm your client, if you say, hey, which samples, and I say, oh, do A, B, and C, is that normal?
No, we don't do that.
Okay, because
We
on the
select our
2019
samples.
video, you had it said, thank you for generous staff. And then on the other emails, it had said that for direction of which ones they audit and which questions, so.
Yeah, so I recall that in 2019, we were doing some project timelines, and that was unaudited information. It was just for presentation on things that can go wrong, because there was a lot of discussion around why are some of these projects taking as long as they are. So we did ask for a diversified group of projects in order to present those timelines, but that's not audited information. Our audit samples are our own.
And then the 20 projects that were sampled, were they, how did you pick them? Were they directed, or
No,
did you?
again, we got a list of expenditures directly from county finance, tied it out to the annual financial audit, and then selected our own samples. And as I mentioned earlier, we actually had 2 samples that included municipal expenditures as well as county-managed projects, but our procurement testing was only on the non-municipal vendors. So that was part of why that sample was done the way it was.
Okay, so Craig, is he an auditor, or is he a?
Craig is on my team.
I just saw a lot of emails between Virginia
Oh, yeah, Craig
and
is a
him, so-
supervisor with
Okay.
RSM as well. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. David?
Thank you for completing such a thorough audit compared to what normally is done. I'd like to move that we have a moment of silence for all of the conspiracy theories that have been circulating about the missing COVID year audit. It's going to really rain on a lot of parades, and so I feel like we should just have a moment of silence for all those conspiracy theories that will collapse under the lack of information that they use to make judgments that were completely false. Thanks.
I'd like to comment on that. This is not our money, this is taxpayer money. So when people ask for this information and we're just making up the rules as we go, we're halfway through the plan, that's a big problem. So for all of you guys, you know, if we're on the up and up for transparency and accountability, then you should be able to provide it, not, oh, well, we forgot to do this, and just justify, it's for the greater good, because it's not for the greater good. You know, things aren't going out to bid. I just did a public records request. There's a lot of things. So is this just, you're just doing it to check it off? So, there aren't conspiracy theories with people. There are things that are wrong.
Well, I don't think we're making things up as we go along, and there are a lot of conspiracy theories floating around. I think we got a very good audit. I've done a lot of audits in my life, and you guys far exceeded the sample base that I would ever look at. 2021 audit proved the same thing, so I think let's go forward.
And I think the 2022 audit is, if not underway, in planning. So that will be coming before you.
Okay.
I think we should give a round of applause to our auditors who sat through 3 hours plus of stuff.
to give us this exhaustive review, so thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, so
Do we need any sort of motion on that?
we do not. We
Just
haven't.
accepting for
We have not in the
information?
past. All right. So now we will go to general public comments. We made it down near the end. So I have 3 cards, and then we'll call for general public comment. Normally, you don't need to fill out cards for general public comment, but some people did. So we'll go ahead and take those in the order that they came in. So the first one is Sandra Sullivan.
Sandra Sullivan. So I sent out an email to the county commissioners actually pertaining to this audit after looking at it. I did hear from one of the auditors who sits on the audit committee who told me that the audit committee is very unorganized and he was intending to resign because he didn't think the committee was doing a good job. I have some specific examples of some issues with this audit. The most obvious issue in this 2020 audit is a missing project summary. It is in every other Sorrel audit. It is provided by, according to emails on the records requests, it is provided by Tetra Tech as part of the information, as part of the voters want to know where the money's being spent. The key point is the risk assessment audit approach by the contract with RSM is for a risk assessment audit. Actually, Jill Reyes is the director and risk consulting is her position. So it's not surprising to see her on this. I wrote in my email, still does not follow the audit approach as defined in the county contract. We're one step closer as implemented, document and understand the process, which is the first part of the audit approach, but missing the other specified aspects. It is a good point to note that every other audit was done in 2020 except for this one, and every other audit done by RSM follows the county contract with a risk assessment approach, which is specifically laid out. The 2020 audit section on page 2 on objectives and approaches is inconsistent with the audit contract with RSM. Instead, the audit says the primary purpose of the internal audit of the half-cent sales tax is to test appropriateness, existence, and accuracy of the Sorrel activities as reported by the county management to the COC and general public. The section 2 on the objectives and approach is inconsistent with the audit contract with the RSM with an audit approach of risk assessment. Instead, much of the audit report is written like an executive summary for a business. The only improvement I can see in the 2020 over 2019 is that they added understanding and documentation of the process, which is from that contract. So added a flow chart for procurement function. That, so I want to point out, in 2019, they did a follow-up audit. And one of the things they talked about was with the TDC having conflicts of interest concerns. So there was they addressed this and they said this should be done on all other advisory committees. So this would be a prime one to do that with, because in 2020 there was a letter written by 19 entities, businesses and like, and said that we are concerned about conflicts of interest.
Thank you. Okay.
I have a handout, they hand out that specifically negates what
Sandra,
Jill
we're going to go to the next. Thank you very much.
And this
Okay, and so I think,
is false based
just
on
to, Sandra,
the written
please.
documentation I'm
Sandra,
handing out.
please, thank you. And so the one point that was brought up, I think the summary was provided by Tetra Tech. Tetra Tech is not our auditor. So again, it is not part of the auditor's work product. But, so we'll see. All right, so the next speaker we have is Craig Wallace.
Good afternoon now.
Craig Wallace, Satellite Beach. I'm representing the Brevard Indian River Lagoon Coalition. I do want to talk about our Straight Talk event, which was brought up earlier today, but I also want to thank this committee for all the wonderful work they do, and Virginia for bringing some excellent presentations to the party. But one of the main goals that the coalition has is communicating to the public. You know, unfortunately, the public doesn't really get to see what goes on here. And so a big part of what we do is trying to translate what's going on here so that the public can hear it. And Straight Talk is one of the ways we do that. The Straight Talk event is basically for people to ask questions. So what we do try to do is provide people, panelists that can answer the questions that we think the public are interested in hearing about. So this event is going to be staged at Florida Tech on June 23rd. It's an evening event, and most of it will be open to questions from the public. Anybody's, we would love to have everybody attending it. We typically get a pretty good audience. VIIe is going to be speaking at that because we expect there'll be a lot of questions about what the COC does. So we'll have to follow the rules on anybody else attending it from COC. I understand that. But so we try to cover it. The other part of it is we're trying to cover what's going on from a municipality standpoint. And as Lorraine has gotten into some situations and public not understanding what some of the programs are going out there, we want to show that the municipalities actually participate in this process with what's going on with Natural Resources Department. And so that's an important part of it. And the other part is the technology. What's the research going on? So we're going to have somebody from Florida Tech speak to some of the programs that they're doing. So that's kind of the gist of what's going on with Straight Talk. I want to bring up one other anecdotal point before my time runs out, and that is we have gotten a number of reports, good news, that seagrass is growing in a lot of different places in the lagoon. Little sprigs of it, but it's significant out there. It's not only at the inlets, but it's all along the shores of the lagoon. Maybe not so much in the Banana River. The other point I wanted to bring up is I think everybody has probably seen the clarity we've had this year so far. We hadn't hit the rainy season yet, but it's been the clearest that I can remember, and that's at least 6 years worth. So, and I think that's a big applause to what's been going on with the cleanup efforts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. Okay, next we have Steve Hancock, our good buddy from Sunnyland.
Orange shirt.
Orange shirt.
All right.
See, I'm wearing my orange too. See, I match today.
All right, well, I just wanted to give a quick update and then I'll yield my time. Once again, always thanks to the committee and to the folks in the county that have been doing a lot of great work. Sunnyland remains engaged. We've got still initiatives on a number of fronts, but I will say probably the biggest interest is in the septic upgrade program. We've got 7 new tanks in the ground already, including mine. I got my reimbursement check came in less than 2 weeks. Thank you. I will say I can't speak to all this auditing stuff and, if there is any opportunity for shenanigans anywhere, but boy, I tell you, it would be pretty hard to sneak through a fake septic tank through this program. I mean, between the state and the county and, all the permitting and anyway, there's a lot of eyes watching that. Just a couple other things to mention quickly. On that septic upgrade program, super important to get the people that are not at the 18,000 level to get them up to the 18,000 level. I get a lot of questions or hear a lot of comments about that. The muck dredging, I heard from a resident that there was somebody from VIIt out in our canals measuring muck. Maybe you know something about that, Walker. I'll check in with you on that afterwards. We still continue to see marine mammals under stress in our canals. They love Sunnyland, who doesn't? But it's just, they're just they're just wallowing in muck. It's a, sad state of affairs. And, I know there's all this research and everything to measure things and everything else, but the muck is just something that you can just see. And in terms of, communicating to the citizens about what's actually happening, you can talk about a lot of things, but when you clean the muck out of canals and Lagoon or whatever, that seems to be something I think that, definitely would register with people. And the only thing I wanted to add too was all these different research organizations or whatever. I've had comments from a number of Sunnylanders. They want to help out however they can, so by all means reach out to me if whether it be people have volunteered time on boats, if you just need eyes on the ground, or possibly monitoring or hosting some kind of a monitoring sensor or anything like that. We stand at the ready to help on any of those, with any of those activities. So just reach out and we're here to help. So anyway, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Steve. All right, that's the last card I have. I think there was a hand that went up. Would you like public comment? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Janice Scott. I'm a 50-year resident this year, Cocoa Beach, and I like anecdotal evidence from the public. I really enjoyed the long meeting this morning, especially Dr. Jiang's presentation, because many people do seem to think, where we live on the canals, that there's some sort of tidal thing going on, but it's really wind-driven water. And I think that the public would like to know more about that. We were just curious, some friends and I were discussing how a name affects the data that's being applied. For example, the Banana River is really a lagoon. And a river is a large body of a lot of water moving. That's not happening in the Banana so-called river. I think you all should apply to the legislature for a renaming of the Banana River to Lagoon. I watched Jeopardy, and a few weeks ago the question was from Latin for pool. It's a shallow, relatively calm body of water separated from the ocean by a reef or barrier. Now, that is not a large body of water moving like the Indian River. So I really think that is a question you could answer for the public. Is the data applied differently to a lagoon, the outflow of the Mosquito Lagoon, as it would be to the Indian River? As to the manatees issue that has been mentioned recently, there is nothing in a mammal that's more gentle, docile, a great example for us human beings than the way the manatees interact with each other and just how they are, their personality, so to speak. Their life expectancy is, 40, 50 years if they, go along in the natural cycle. However, perhaps a question could be answered to put the manatee issues to rest. Is anybody tracking herds? Their next relative is, they're the next relative to an elephant. If you had a herd of elephants going through the lagoon and the excrement, because I do see it in my canal, in spite of the fact that I'm a big supporter on my seawall of the visitors, if they would track that, are there pockets of pollution because of where the manatees are hanging out? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are actually 1 minute over, but all we have left is comment from the committee. Is there any comment? If there is, we probably should motion to extend.
Public comment on Zoom.
Yeah, from the, oh, that's right. Thank you, Terry. I'm sorry. Is there a motion to extend the meeting? We're going to need one because we have one public comment.
Okay, motion to extend 5 minutes
Okay, yeah.
or 10 minutes? 5, okay. Okay, then 10 minutes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Well, you can't, I'm your vote.
Sorry.
It's all right, you're good. Thank you, I love the, you're still giddy over that technology stuff. Is there a second? Second. Okay, thank you. All right, any discussion? Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so we got 10 minutes from now. Okay, and so right now we have Danny Straub from, I'm so sorry, Danny, I was told earlier that you wanted to speak and I missed it. So from City of Melbourne. So let me see if I can, if we can get this to work, Danny.
Right, sorry to make you guys have to stay longer. I apologize for that, but I do have one announcement. The City of Melbourne is going to be hosting VIIp for the Stormwater Erosion and Sedimentation Control Inspector Course coming up on August 30th and 31st. This is from a municipality, county employees, and we'll be cost sharing the cost of this event. And I just wanted to let you guys know if any of county staff or any of the other municipalities listening had anybody that needed to get their certification, that we would have that course available for them, and they can just contact me directly for any information on what those final costs are going to be and a location. And again, I apologize for making you have to extend.
Nope, that's good, Danny. Thank you. Danny, if you could send something to Virginia too, and then she could send that around to everybody on the committee as well. Okay. And then just real quick, and then we'll do public comment. We have told the public that they can send email, or in an email, public comment. And so we did receive one last night at 6:27. And so what I have asked Virginia to do is to send that around to everybody. So it was a public comment that received late last night. And so she'll send that around to all of us. And then I figured, either Virginia can report back next month or in 2 months what they did on that, or if anybody else has any comments they'd like to make on it after we receive it after the meeting, we can do that in July. Does that sound good to everybody? Because I do think it's important that we accept those through email. Virginia?
Yeah, can I just
Please.
add a little detail that it's so people know when they get it. It's from Mr. Ron Buckhold, and it's about a septic to sewer request for the Cove condominium.
So when you guys will receive that in your email, and then we can discuss it in July, or if Virginia doesn't already bring something back about it. Okay. All righty. So now we have a comment from the committee. Kimberly, and then Laura Lee.
Yeah, I just had two. Our multi-county, like Central Florida County and IFAS collaborative met for our fertilizer public promotions, and the television spots and radio ads have already started airing. And basically, we started so late this year that our going forward for 2023 is just a very synonymous messaging for all of Central Florida, hopefully statewide, but we're working towards that. And I hope that our committee can really be involved, especially with the community and outreach, to help see exactly how Brevard needs to do that, and with staff as well. And they also really want to reach out to the community, the fertilizer companies, the actual producers, and work on packaging, marketing materials, and then packaging sizing as well, just to make it more user-friendly and environmentally friendly from the get-go. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was FWC released their internal investigation on their direct spraying, and it was a very controversial report. I definitely feel that it was biased. I want to be wrong, but I just know that a lot of other science does not back up their findings. So there's hopefully going to be additional studies or information brought against that, or to either support or explain their findings so that it's more accurate in what they found. And then on the flip side of that, Lake Okeechobee has recently started a mechanical harvesting project, and that's going wonderfully. The biggest thing out of that for me is just that hopefully it'll be a template and that a model project that we can implement on a much greater scale now that they're having such success with that mechanical harvesting project out there.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. And I would love to help if you could send, with the messaging, getting that out, if you could send to Virginia so that she can send around to everybody. Like, if you could give me detailed instructions on how I could best help as a member of this committee, that would be awesome.
Okay, look for that in 2023.
I understand, yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
sure.
Laura Lee?
I wanted to thank Dr. Windsor for taking the time to extract the presentations out of all of the meeting minutes. I spend a lot of time, I'll remember, I remember a presentation about blah, 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 and I'll spend a lot of time going through the videos and the agendas trying to find what I thought I remembered. This is incredible, and I'm sure it took you a long time. I really appreciate it. I think it's extremely valuable and useful, and I think that the public would appreciate it, you know, and so maybe this could be put on our website so that if somebody from the public wanted to look up seagrass or,
Looks
I don't know,
like Brandon?
Yeah, we're already working on that. So Dr. Windsor went through and timestamped all of them too. So I'm going through categorizing them to just organize them so people can find things by category on the website. So it will be up there soon.
Awesome.
It's outstanding. We've had some incredible presentations, and today is a great example that I think would be extremely valuable for the public to be able to find and access. So
Yeah.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Windsor. Terry?
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment, but so are we don't file the presentations themselves. The only record we have is the video recording of our minutes. And is that a restriction? I mean, because like the information on the wind model today, I mean, my friend over here was snapping pictures of it, but, how do we get back to that source material other than just seeing it in a video?
Yeah, we do have copies of most of the presentations. We asked the presenters to get them to us. When they present here, we'll pull them directly off the computer, but sometimes when they're remote, we haven't always gotten them from them, but we do request that of the presenters, and we keep those on record.
And often what we have is the PDF, though, and so where you have videos embedded, we may not have that. So the video recordings of the meeting is the best way to get the live version.
Okay. David?
I would say it would be incredible, even if they're just PDFs, to have that library accessible readily, and maybe have some little hashtags so you can find things under research by topic. I know it's more work, but it would be huge, I think, because trying to go through a video to figure out what it is, even with now that we have John's work, it'd be great to go to the original source material to find slides. The second thing, I thought it was Janice's idea. I think that's a brilliant idea to try to rename the thing, get the river out of there, and just be Lagoon, because that misnomer really does change people's psychology. If they realize that what you have here is a pond and everything going in there isn't going anywhere, and you got a year-long residence time, right? It changes the way you think about things a little bit. So I think that's a great idea if we could actually do something like that. And then I guess John Byron's toward violent agreement with our newest member's video about just talking to people. I took an Uber to get here, and ended up talking to him for the 30-minute ride to get here about the lagoon. And he lives a couple miles away from the lagoon, not on it. He's a former chemist turned musician. And we talked about things, and he expressed, I think, a very common sentiment, which is he doesn't know, he has no clue what is going on. The scope of what's happening with the soil funds is massive, and it is kind of overwhelming. And it would be great to have one, like even just, nobody knows where to go to see this live. I know there's links to it, but we get an F for marketing. What we're doing here. We need to have some way to have a better Facebook presence, maybe some funds for Facebook advertising to let people know this is where you go. He's like, look, I want to be involved and do stuff, but if it takes more than 2 clicks for me to figure out how to get there, it's not going to happen. And he's like, I don't think I'm different than most people. We need to find ways to get that information more upfront, present, and available for people. He's like, I volunteer, to do stuff, But, then it's some weird time that's not available to me. Is there something, how would I know how to do something? He's like, you've got all this youth that has, they'd love to be involved in something and but I don't think they know where to go either. You need to give some way to give them direction. I think we need to really work on how, that was one of the first things when I joined, was elected onto this position a year ago, was, there's all this stuff going on. Why can't we have at least a little sign that lets people know this project is funded by your tax dollars, is a Sorrel project. You paid to do this dredging, to do this, whatever it is, this is civil infrastructure project. And I was told, oh, well, the city commissioners said that we're not allowed to spend any money on advertising and or marketing, however that's perceived. We need to change that. We need to allow people to know that what's going on, because nobody knows what's going on that's not in this, embedded into the system. And it's a shame. Because they're like, well, what's happening? I don't know. And it's honestly, it's not that easy. You've got to, if you put in Sorrel and Brevard, then you might be able to get to the website, and then you might have to figure out where the live meeting is taking place. It's not good. It needs to be better. That's my, and also the final comment is talk to everybody. Just talking to everybody helps.
Catching Uber rides, those are always good conversations. I know, Laura Lee, we are 2 minutes over. Does anyone want to extend the meeting? I don't want to cut you. Laura Lee, you got like 10 seconds. Can you do it?
helpthelagoon.org/voices.
Okay. That works. Anyone else?
Can we
Kimberly?
add to an agenda item for a future meeting in the near future to discuss outreach and education and how we may be able to craft that together here?
Definitely.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, thank you very much, and we will see you all in July. You worked so hard this month, take next month off, all right? See everybody in July.
The opinions expressed by any member of the public during any period of public comment do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, or the program sponsor, and are solely those of the presenter. The Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, and the program sponsor hereby expressly disclaim any and all responsibility or liability for any defamatory or slanderous statements expressed by any member of the public during any such period.